today. Go ahead and start the recording. Um, yeah, I guess I'll just jump back into it. And I guess by everyone, I mean the one person that's apparently watching. But
Okay,
whatever.
here we go. Make sure you put your seatbelt on
Oh, I guess I need to put it in gear. Disable the parking brake. I guess vehicles broken down alongside the road would be a common occurrence in hot states. Maybe. 'Cause I always see that when I go to Florida. Back when going to Florida was legal.
now. Keep left, and then turn left.
Get him! Get him!
Turn left.
Okay. Uvalde.
Now keep left there.
Welcome in, goddess. So you were the one person viewing when I gave you a shout out. Nice. I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
Now keep left there.
Oh. Oh, there are two people viewing now. Nice. So I guess whoever was watching before. Oh, nice. Some fork knife. Oh, Elden Ring. Oh, yeah, that's right. You did get that. Nice. don't bother to set up podcast to listen to. I didn't even start it.
Abbot of St. James of Würzburg,
Oh yeah, this is
formerly
gonna
of
need turned up.
Sponheim, to his Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa von Nettesheim. Health and love.
Okay.
Your work, most renowned Agrippa, entitled Of Occult
That
Philosophy,
should be good.
which you have sent by his bearer to me, with how much pleasure I receive, no mortal tongue can express, nor the pen of any write. I wondered at your more than common way, that you, being so
Oh,
young,
Jesus,
should
take the
penetrate
wheel.
into
Where in
such
the goddamn
secrets
hell
as
you
have been
driving?
hidden from
You're
most learned
speeding.
men.
Watch your
Okay,
speed.
I
And not
need
only
to
clearly and truly, but also
go
properly
here.
and elegantly set them forth.
Volume mixer. And
Whence first I give you thanks for your goodwill to me, and if I shall ever be able, I shall return you thanks to the utmost of my
Oh,
power.
Lord, watch your
Your
speed.
work, which no learned man can sufficiently commend, I
That's better.
approve of.
oh, that's right.
Now that you may proceed toward higher things, as you have begun, and not suffer such excellent arts of wit to be idle, I do with as much earnestness as I can advise, entreat, and beseech you, that you would exercise yourself in laboring after better things, and demonstrate the light of true wisdom to the ignorant, according as you yourself are divinely enlightened.
I feel like I'm driving in the devil's chariot.
Neither
Watch
let the
your speed.
consideration of idle, vain fellows withdraw you from your purpose. I say of them, of whom it is said, the weary ox treads hard, whereas no man in the judgment of the wise can be truly learned, who is sworn to the
Keep right.
rudiments of one only faculty. But God has gifted you with a large and sublime wit, not that you should imitate oxen, but birds. Neither think it sufficient that you stay about particulars, but bend your mind confidently to universals. For by so much, the more learned any one is thought, by how much fewer things he is ignorant of. Moreover, your wit is fully apt to all things, and to be rationally employed not in a
Keep
few
right,
or low
and
things,
then turn
but
right.
many and more sublime. Yet this one
Turn
rule
right.
I advise you to observe, that you communicate vulgar secrets to vulgar friends, but higher
keep left
and
there.
secret to higher and secret friends only. Give hay to an ox, sugar to a parrot only. Understand my meaning, lest you be trod under the oxen's feet, as oftentimes it falls out. Farewell, my happy friend, and if it lie in my power to serve you, command me, and according to your pleasure it shall be done without delay. Also, let our friendship increase daily. Write often to me, and send me some of your labors, I earnestly pray you. Again, farewell. From our monastery in Würzburg, this 8th day of April, in the year 1510.
Speaking the charm of nature.
There will come a time on the planet Earth when science and technology will be long forgotten. When wizards will rule the world.
This is the Arnemancy Podcast. The world is weirder than we know. Join your host, Reverend Eric, and his diverse array of amazing guests in an exploration of tarot, magic, the occult, and history of Western esotericism. The Arnemancy Podcast exists thanks to the support of generous listeners like you.
I even
Please
saw it
consider
in the
supporting
rearview
this
mirror before I
podcast
got
for as
over.
little as $1 a month
Still
at
just slammed into it.
patreon.com/Arnemancy.
Keep right, and then exit right.
Sometime between 1506 and 1509, a young
Exit right.
Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa visited the renowned and possibly infamous Johannes Trithemius in Würzburg. At that time, Trithemius was the abbot of St. James Abbey,
Keep left.
a Benedictine
And then
monastery
turn left.
dating back to the 12th century. The abbot was a learned scholar, and he had already developed a reputation that
Turn left.
had caused him some trouble. Just a few years earlier, he had been forced to resign from his position as the abbot of Sponheim Abbey because of his reputation as a magician and occultist. Würzburg was an ancient city even in the early 16th century. Originally settled in the Bronze Age, possibly thousands of years before, they went through a number of changes before becoming the seat of a Merovingian duke, and then eventually Christianized in the 7th century. By the 16th century, Würzburg
Keep
was
left,
part of the Prince-Bishopric of
turn left.
Würzburg in the Holy Roman Empire, ruled over by the Prince-Bishop Lorenz von Bibra.
Turn left.
Lorenz was popular and well-respected. He was a humanist and a Renaissance man who would eventually meet Martin Luther, and even sought to influence reforms to the Catholic Church. It was by Lorenz's request that Trithemius had come to St. James. But let us turn back to the main character of our story. Agrippa was in his early 20s at the time, and he was working on a project that he was excited to share with the abbot. You can imagine the scene. A young, eager Agrippa and his older mentor, perhaps sitting next to a fireplace with glasses of brandy or strong lager, deep in conversation about the most esoteric of topics.
Fuck them
Did they
cops.
speak in German,
Anyway.
or did they converse in Latin as the language of academics and scholars? What books did Agrippa and Trithemius have available to them? What amazing works had they discussed in the past? They spoke about chemistry, magic, Kabbalah, and things cloaked in secrecy, about hidden sciences and
Keep
arts,
left,
and that
and
most
then turn
mysterious of sciences, magic. They spoke about why magic, the most
Turn left.
vital science of all, was so reviled and rejected by theologians in the Catholic Church. Why was it condemned and forbidden? And why had nobody stepped forward to vindicate this sacred and sublime discipline? In 1509, Agrippa sent the manuscript for his project
Keep
to
right,
Trithemius along
and
with
then
a letter.
turn right.
In that letter, he recounted their conversations from his earlier visit and discussed his work. Trithemius was known for vastly increasing the libraries of the abbeys he led. In Sponheim, he had increased their book collection from 50 volumes to
Turn
around
right.
2,000. And this was in an age when books had just recently started to become generally available. In Agrippa's letter, the young man listed some of the scholars they had discussed and held in high regard. Roger Bacon, Robert Anglicus, Pietro de Bono, Albertus Magnus, Adaldus de Villanova,
Now keep left there.
Giorgio Anselmi, Picatrix the Spaniard, and Cecco d'Ascoli. Agrippa was presenting his mentor with a manuscript of De Occulta Philosophia Libri Tres, a book that would
Here we
change
are.
the world.
Safe and sound.
He wrote that he considered it his most worthy work. It was a massive tome. That early manuscript was probably 3/4 the size of the final work we all know today. It covered topics ranging from the natural world to the divine mind, from medicine to astronomy to magic to astrology. This book possibly contained Agrippa's entire philosophy and worldview, aspects of his life that had probably been heavily influenced by Trithemius. But why was this book so influential? Why was it so notorious? Why was it copied, translated, plagiarized, and mentioned in both hushed tones and popular literature up through the 19th century, if not later? And more importantly, how did a young man of just 22 years manage to write these hundreds of pages that historians, magicians, and occultists continue to obsess over these 500 years later? Welcome to the first episode in a series that will be exploring the content, message, and ongoing influence of Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa's magnum opus, De Occulta Philosophia Libri Tres, better known in the modern world as 3 books of occult philosophy. Join me as I talk to experts, translators, historians, and magicians to unravel the secret of this book of secrets, as we figure out not only where this important book came from, but why it had such a lasting impact on the world. we want to understand the 3 books of occult philosophy, we first need to take a look at the world in which Agrippa lived. We will start by looking at the Holy Roman Empire, where Agrippa was born and spent a good chunk of his life, and then examine a few key historical topics that are very relevant to Agrippa and occult philosophy. The Renaissance, the Reformation, and the birth of modern science.
Where did I deliver this? Somewhere in
First,
Texas.
the Holy Roman Empire. The period of time we're looking at is covered mainly by the reigns of 3 different Holy Roman emperors. First is Frederick III, who reigned from 1440 to 1493. Next, Maximilian I, who reigned from 1493 to 1519. And finally, Charles V, who reigned from 1519 to 1556. By Agrippa's time, the Holy Roman Empire was a mess. Imperial authority was weak and poorly executed, with the real power in the empire in the governments of territorial states and independent cities. And there were a lot of those. The Holy Roman Empire was composed of hundreds of duchies, bishoprics, counties, margraviates, and independent cities. There were even a few republics, and of course, the very important electorates. Though its borders tended to shift, in general, the Holy Roman Empire during Agrippa's life included what we know today as Germany, Poland, Switzerland, parts of France, Austria, and northern Italy. Now, one became the Holy Roman Emperor by first being elected King of the Romans by the 7 prince-electors of the empire, none of whom lived in or near Rome. Once an individual was elected King of the Romans, it was usually only a matter of time before he was coronated by the Pope, which would officially make him the Holy Roman Emperor. So Frederick III was the Holy Roman Emperor from 1440 to 1493, and his long reign was seen as one that was extremely ineffectual at addressing many of the problems the empire faced. His son, Maximilian I, assumed the throne after Frederick's death in 1493. Maximilian's arrival on the throne was greeted with excitement and anticipation. So Agrippa served under Maximilian I a couple times, first as secretary and then as a soldier, at one point even becoming a knight. So during the reign of Maximilian I in the first part of the 16th century, 3 really big important issues dominated the Holy Roman Empire. First, the rise of the Austrian House of Habsburgs. Second, an urgent need for reforming the empire's governing institutions. And third, the Protestant Reformation. So the first and third issues end up being important elements in the story of occult philosophy, so we will be taking a look at those. After Maximilian I's death, his grandson succeeded him as Holy Roman Emperor in 1519 and became Emperor Charles V. He was already King Charles I of Spain, and as the head of the House of Habsburgs, he ruled over a vast territory that included the Holy Roman Empire, the Netherlands, Spain, Burgundy, Sicily, Naples, and even the Spanish colonies in the Americas. Charles V was ambitious and intelligent. He picked up a number of languages over the period of his reign, and supposedly once quipped, "I speak Latin to God, Italian to women, French to men,
and then turn right,
and German to my horse." Okay, now let's talk about the Renaissance. Starting with the Italian Renaissance. The Italian Renaissance, or at least the Italian Renaissance with which we are concerned, began roughly during the lifetime of Cosimo de' Medici, a great patron of the arts in Florence during the 15th century. Cosimo established a new Platonic academy in Florence in 1445, commissioned the first full translation of Plato's works into Latin, and was a great supporter of Marsilio Ficino. I've discussed this period of the Renaissance many times before on the podcast with a number of different guests, and I will make sure that there are links to some of those earlier episodes in the show notes. Ficino, along with Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, were both superstars of the Italian Renaissance and were huge influences on Agrippa. Both of them died during the last decade of the 15th century when Agrippa was still a teenager. Amazing works of art, philosophy, and science came out of this period. It brought us such visionaries as Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, Machiavelli,
Boccaccio, Raphael, and many more. Even more importantly, the influence of the Italian Renaissance was felt across Europe,
Get
and in the
ready
late
to turn
15th
left.
century, the Northern Renaissance was beginning to blossom north of the Alps. However, the Italian Renaissance didn't last forever.
Turn left.
In 1527, Emperor Charles V invaded the Papal States in central Italy after Pope Clement VII teamed up with the French, who were Charles's arch-nemesis. In the aftermath of this invasion, mutinous troops from the army of the Holy Roman Empire, upset at not getting paid, sacked Rome. Churches, monasteries, and palaces were looted and destroyed. This tragic event, known today as the Sack of Rome, is often said to have been the end of the Italian Renaissance. Next, we need to look at the Reformation. So between the time of the manuscript of the occult philosophy that Trithemius received and the finished version of occult philosophy being published, Western Christianity experienced perhaps its most significant change of the past millennium, the Protestant Reformation. On October 31st, 1517, a month and a half after Agrippa's 31st birthday, Martin Luther made his 95 Theses known. This was the beginning of a huge wave of changes for the Christian world. Now, looking back at the Reformation after 500 years, it kind of looks like there were just two religions in 16th century Europe, Catholic and Protestant. But this really wasn't so. The Protestants were fractured and divided, and there were two leaders who came to the forefront, Martin Luther and John Calvin. Both of their branches of Protestantism were powerful. They were both religious, they were both political. The governing classes tend to like Lutheranism because it freed them from papal interference. Meanwhile, Calvinism upended the political order and made laymen more important than the priests. Across the aisle from the Protestants were some of the great humanist figures of the Northern Renaissance, such as the Dutch philosopher and Augustinian monk, Erasmus of Rotterdam. Agrippa had a lot of opinions about Erasmus and Luther, and he actually corresponded with Erasmus. So most importantly, the Reformation set both the Protestants and the eventual Catholic Counter-Reformation in a position where strict Christianity seemed to demand the censure of the imaginary and the rejection of the culture of that phantasmic age of the Renaissance. This would result in radical change in Europe's cultural imagination, and one that would have a dire impact on the reception and ongoing influence of occult philosophy. We will cover this topic in greater detail in a later episode of this series. While the
Caution!
Habsburgs were coming
Watch
to
your
power
speed!
and the Renaissance and Reformation developed side by side, another important development was taking place in Europe, the birth of modern science. Nicholas Copernicus was born in 1473, just 13 years before Agrippa, and died in 1543, about 8 years after him. De Revolutia Nobis Orbium Coelestium, or On the Revolutions of the Heavenly Spheres, was Copernicus's masterpiece. It was published, unfortunately, after Agrippa's death, so our main character never had a chance to see this book. However, this book began an intellectual revolution, which is arguably longer and more impactful than any other in the history of humankind. This incredibly significant shift will become important when we discuss the lasting impact of Agrippa's work. Hopefully, this review of the state of the Western world during Agrippa's time will help you put in his work in context as we proceed in our deep dive into Agrippa's occult philosophy. A couple years ago, I teamed up with Douglas Batchelor of the What Magic Is This podcast to create 2 podcast episodes exploring Agrippa's work. Doug and I both share a deep appreciation for Agrippa's contributions to Western esotericism and the occult. Here's Doug speaking about the importance of 3 books of occult
Co-fabric.
philosophy.
Taco Kingdom.
Well, it was the book. It was the book that put into one place
Go straight
the
on.
whole
That's right.
overarching schema for magic itself, and not so much how to do magic, because Agrippa leaves some of those bits out, but when it was finally released, it just changed everything. It was the document that people could point to and say, this is the occult and this is magic. There's something that happens, particularly when occultists talk about Agrippa's 3 books, where they'll say it's like the Bible of magic. And I actually don't agree with that at all. I think if there is a better comparison that can be had, I think it could relate to something like St. Augustine's The City of God. And if people are unaware of this book, I'll just give a very short summary. But it was about 14 books, and they were written in I believe, the 5th century. And what Augustine does in these books is that he basically lays out what good and evil is, what people should do as far as how they live their lives. And in this respect, it was how people should live their lives in service to God. And everything from government organizations should be in service of religion, and how people get their knowledge should be from a belief in God first, and a Christian God specifically. But what this did, and people don't realize this, and it's a bit of a pity that this book isn't taught more than it is, The City of God by St. Augustine of Hippo, is that for 1,000 years, this was the cornerstone of Western thought before the Enlightenment. And it's tough for us to think of a time, because since the Enlightenment, we have our ideas of, we get our knowledge not from belief, but our belief from knowledge. So 1,000 years, this book was how people saw the world and lived their lives as a service to God. So the reason I bring this up as the book that I compare 3 books to is that, for better or worse, we are living in the shadow of Agrippa's 3 books of occult philosophy. For anybody that is interested in the occult, it has such an overarching theses that Agrippa himself
Keep left.
almost
And then
single-handedly,
turn left.
although we might talk about how he had a bit of help, but he
Turn left.
based his magic and his understandings of the occult on a Neoplatonic, Kabbalistic division of 3 worlds, which would be the elementary, the celestial, and the religious, that, since it was published, was basically what most people viewed as being magic, which is really kind of crazy, because Agrippa, being as smart as he was and as crafty as he was, that was the thing that people, as I mentioned earlier, could just say, this is the occult, which has its downsides as well, but it also has its upsides. But for the most part, whether you don't follow Agrippa or not, you have to acknowledge that it is Agrippa's world. And particularly with the promulgation of, so let's say, lodge-based magic, things like the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, who, through a combination of taking from Agrippa, but also Francis Barrett, crafted what they saw the occult as, which became the idea of how modern magic is practiced now. But we forget that Agrippa was very
Keep
much
right,
of his time.
and then turn right.
And, the things that he did are so much Agrippa that I think nowadays we kind of have to
Turn
take a
right.
step back and see the context in which how Agrippa came to these conclusions and what his influences were. And so these modern translations that we're starting to get of the original Latin into English are really quite helpful, particularly Eric Perdue's version of the 3 books of occult philosophy, where you can see exactly where Agrippa took his notes from and how he crafted this model of how he saw the occult. And there's things that occur within the 3 books of occult philosophy. Like one of the major ones is that he basically reframes all of ritual magic as a quest for divine truths through religious exercises. And a lot of people think that this is magic proper, which is a bit of a misnomer. I mean, people would have recognized the three books of occult philosophy when it came out, particularly people who had practiced magic and who were operant. They would have recognized some of the elements, particularly from things like the magic from the High Middle Ages. But this whole concept, the Kabbalistic Neoplatonic concept, was very new and quite groundbreaking. And since then, this idea of all ritual magic being the quest for divine truths is one that a lot of people still think is the ultimate point of magic.
As you can see, occult philosophy seems like one of those books that everybody interested in Western esotericism should want to read or at least check out. Fortunately for us, today there are 3 different English translations
Keep
available.
right.
The first translation is the oldest. It was translated by somebody named J.F. in 1651. There's still some debate about who this J.F. is. Some people think it was somebody named John Freak. This edition is available online. I will make sure that there are links in all the show notes of the series. But if you're looking for a
Go straight
version
on.
of JF's
That's right.
translation that is easier to read and follow along with, you are looking for Donald Tyson's edition. He took the JF translation, edited and annotated it, and it was published by Llewellyn in
straight
the
on.
early 90s
That's
and
right.
continues to be in print. It's usually available as a very, very large single-volume black book. Translation number 2 came out in 2020. It was a translation by Paul Summers Young and was published by Blackletter Press. It's available in 3 nicely sized cloth-bound volumes. And finally, translation number 3
Keep right.
is by Eric Perdue, and it was published in 2021 by Inner Traditions. It is also available in 3 cloth-bound volumes. I have a full review of both the Paul Summers Young and Eric Perdue translations on the Arnemancy website. There will be a link to that review in the show notes, and also a link to where you can purchase the Perdue translation. So let's talk a little bit about this book. Since this episode is supposed to be an introduction, we should get into its contents, at least an overview. Occult philosophy is a big book. It is 3 books, in fact, and altogether they total something over 600 pages, typically. The first book is usually called The Natural World. This book includes a number of really important topics, such as Agrippa's definition of magic, a discussion of the classical elements and their qualities, a description of occult correspondences, and how divine and celestial bodies are reflected in the natural world. This part of the book is kind of at the core of the occult philosophy, so it's fairly important. This book is also filled with fantastical tales of strange animals and plants, magic stones and creatures. In fact, Book 1 of Occult Philosophy, because of these fantastical tales, can be a real challenge for the modern reader. To better understand its importance, I went to Eric Perdue, whose translation of this monumental work was published, as I said earlier, by Inner Traditions in 2021. In addition to his obvious experience with Agrippa, Eric has studied metaphysics and the occult and has practiced magic and astrology for more than 30 years, with a particular focus on practical folk and astrological magic. Through his lectures and writings on traditional astrology and talismanic magic,
Oh, Lord.
he has
Watch your
been a
speed.
notable voice on the subjects of medieval astrology, traditional magical systems, and, of course, the legacy of Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa.
Most importantly,
straight on.
he defines
That's
what
right.
magic is in the second chapter, which almost no magic book does. Yeah, it's hard for me to describe for people how to approach it, because I mean, not everybody who buys magical books really reads them all the way through to begin with, or non-Agrippa books. Some people just don't really approach things that way. But I think if you're the type of person who really wants to develop that sort of
Keep left.
spiritual worldview,
And then turn left.
then Agrippa just lays it out just systematically. Yeah, ignore the chameleon, ignore the fish, but he talks. He has this amazing description of the qualities of the elements that really no one else has described that I could find as well as him. He, like I said, describes the logic of planetary rulerships. He describes dreams prophetic dreams and things like that. All these like foundational things that every magician has to know are in that first book. I mean, we're all using natural things in ceremonies.
There is much more to explore in Book 1, including material on passions, spirits, frenzy, and one of my favorites, fascination. We will be exploring these topics in detail in an upcoming episode.
Go straight on. That's right.
The second book of occult philosophy is titled The Celestial.
Keep right. And then
This
turn right.
book covers numbers, mathematics, and astrology. It includes material on spirits,
Turn right.
the planets, the fixed stars, the celestial spheres. It goes into detail on correspondences between numbers, planets, the planes of reality, gods, spirits, angels, and demons. One of the things that I find fascinating about Book 2 is this huge emphasis on the importance of math and number. In fact, it opens with this. The disciplines of mathematics and the like are so necessary for magic that it is professed that without them, everyone will lose their way. Their work will be frustrated, and they will achieve few desired effects. Here is Eric Perdue again, speaking about the importance of
Go
numbers
straight on.
in
That's
Agrippa's
right.
work.
Basically, the number is the foundation for reality to Agrippa. That is the way that astrology works from number. Alphabets are based on mathematical ratios and things like that. There's liturgical numbers for different spirits and planets, things like that. So it's the underlying framework, and the math itself can also describe certain parts of reality, even pre-modern and Pythagorean type of mathematics. But I think to Agrippa the most important thing was the astrology, because the astrology is math basically. One of the questions that came to mind was, he makes a throwaway statement that numbers are formal. In the JF translation he says formal, which is a correct translation. But if you say the word formal, it kind of, brings to mind a tuxedo or something. But what they mean is that numbers are part of the realm of the Platonic forms.
Finally, the third book of occult philosophy is titled The Divine World. This book covers the nature
Go
of the
straight
human
on.
soul
That's
and
right.
discusses our place in the cosmos. It lists hierarchies of gods, spirits, and demons, discusses the importance of ritual purity and secrecy, and contains Agrippa's take on the Kabbalah. When I discussed this book with Eric Perdue, he talked to me about one of the chapters in Book 3 that had a huge impact on him, and I think you should probably hear this. So here's Eric again.
It might be a boring chapter to a lot of people, but one of the ones that fascinated me the most was this chapter on the three parts of the soul, because it was just so elegantly written, and it really describes this that chain of being that Ficino talks about a lot. It really made me kind of imagine that the chain actually having like a literal chain with links to it, and how you have the top part of one link connecting to the bottom part of the link above it, and the three parts of the soul have that sort of connection to them. So for instance, if mind is the top part of the soul, well, your mind is actually touching the bottom part of the next level above you. For some reason I dwelled on that chapter a long time. It really spoke to me. I didn't expect to. It's a purely philosophical chapter.
Now that we've had a 30,000-foot look at occult philosophy, let's talk about what we're going to be doing with the rest of this podcast series. In this episode, we just covered the basics. We did some historical background. We looked at sort of an overview of the three books. But we're going to be getting into a deep dive on a number of topics. In one episode, we're going to discuss Agrippa's various sources for occult philosophy. We're also going to spend an episode talking about the inner senses and the world of fantasy. We're going to be talking about fascination, binding, and the body in occult philosophy. We're also going to do a deep dive into prophecy, dreams, and ritual. And of course, you know that we are going to be spending some time talking about Agrippa's magic squares and mathematics in Agrippa's occult philosophy. I also have plans to spend one or more episodes going into Agrippa's approach to planetary magic, including an exploration of the planetary intelligences, which are a class of spirit that show up in Agrippa and only a few other places. So that's going to be a really interesting exploration. And then finally, we're going to talk about the occult philosophy's lasting legacy and influence. Where did it go, and what became of it, and where is it now? Before we wrap up this episode, I want to share one more bit from Eric Purdue. I asked him for advice for modern readers of Agrippa. What should they look for, and how should they proceed reading this important book? Here's what he had to say.
I think rather than how, I think why. The issue with modern metaphysics, I think, is that there are a lot of recipe books out there, a lot of books on technique, and not a lot of books on what things are. And in our modern worldview, I mean, all of us are pretty much raised in a materialistic, scientific worldview. That's most of us were taught that, and that certainly has a reality to it. But when you're approaching something like magic or astrology, there is going to be a disconnect. And many of us spend many years or a lifetime, there's a little bug in the back of your head that tells you that it's bullshit. And even if you know that it works, and we've all had those moments, I think. And where Agrippa comes is important is that even though some of the particulars of the book are unbelievable, I mean, we know that there's no fish that will turn a ship to stone by touching it. We know that lions don't eat apes to cure a headache, things like that. I think we know that at least. People look at these and they're like, okay, well, this is just, archaic nonsense. But there's a lesson there. I think there's a lesson, especially with the fish story, because that's also magical contagion. But the thing is it helps get you in this kind of mindset to teach you how to think differently. That in a non-materialistic way, to kind of put yourself into a world that spirits are objectively real, as opposed to just figments of your imagination. And that, because that's the world that Agrippa lived in. And one of the examples I always think about is like with astrology, that some people will dismiss astrology automatically by saying, well, we now know that the Earth isn't the center of the universe, and blah blah blah. But at the same time, you look up at the sky, that's certainly what it looks like. And the astrological chart describes that. And when you're approaching magic from someone like Agrippa's point of view, you're doing it as a person who is having actually these real experiences. And this book, I think, does a really good job in helping you place that in a coherent way. I guess that's the right word, coherent way. I can't even say it. Coherent way. Coherence is not easy to say. So that's why I think it's important. Not that you have to agree with Agrippa on every point, because I certainly don't. But it helped me, at the very least, it helped me ask the right questions and get you started on a certain way of thinking and a certain line of inquiry. It's sort of like, the question, the old question is, are the spirits real, or are they part of your mind? Well, the answer is both, right? And Agrippa helps you articulate that.
This series of episodes about occult philosophy will most likely last until summer. My Patreon supporters will be receiving each episode a week before the rest of the world, along with bonus materials such as full interviews, a glimpse at works in progress, and the opportunity to suggest further topics for our occult philosophy deep dive. If you enjoy these episodes and want to help support their development,
That's right.
you can help out by sharing this podcast with a friend. Let your weird wizard buddies and witch pals know that we have embarked on this journey and invite them to join us. And if you want to contribute monetarily, you can go to arnemancy.com/support and find a number of options. Until next time, friends, keep reading books, keep being weird, and keep doing magic. This has been another episode of the Arnemancy Podcast. Thank you for joining me. I have been your host, Reverend Eric. You can find Arnemancy online at arnemancy.com, and you can subscribe to this podcast anywhere podcasts are found. If you like what you hear, please consider supporting the Arnemancy Project for as little as $1 a month at patreon.com/Arnemancy.
This is Vanessa Urena, and I'm really excited to announce my new store, Sword and Scythe, where I will be offering magical art, materia, and services beneath Mars and Saturn. You can visit the store at swordandscythe.com and be sure to sign up for the email list to receive early access to new releases.
Wipe hers. Hers. Ah! Okay.
There is a very small fish that is in the habit of living among the rocks and is known as the Echinais. It is believed that when this has attached itself to the keel of a ship, its progress is impeded, and that it is from this circumstance that it takes its name. For this reason also, it has a disgraceful repute as being employed in love philters, and for the purpose of retarding judgments and legal proceedings. Evil properties which are only compensated by a single merit that it possesses. It is good for staying fluxes of the womb in pregnant women, and preserves the fetus up to birth. It is never used, however, for food. Aristotle is of the opinion that this fish has feet, so strong is the resemblance by reason of the form and position of the fins. Mucianus speaks of a murex of larger size than the purple, with a head that is neither rough nor round, and the shell of which is single and falls in folds on either side. He tells us also that some of these creatures once attached themselves to a ship freighted with children of noble birth, who were being sent by Periander for the purpose of... What is up with the mountain? What is that such a strange cloud?
Speak the charm of me, charm of me,
There will come a time on the planet Earth when science and technology will be long forgotten. When wizards will rule the world.
This is the Arnemancy Podcast. The world is weirder than we know. Join your host, Reverend Eric, and his diverse array of amazing guests in an exploration of tarot, magic, the occult, and the history of Western esotericism. The Arnemancy Podcast exists thanks to the support of generous listeners like you. Please consider supporting this podcast for as little as $1 a month at patreon.com/Arnemancy. Welcome to the second part of our deep dive into Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa's hugely influential, gigantic book, 3 Books of Occult Philosophy. In this episode, we will be searching for the answer to a pressing question. How did Agrippa manage to write such an enormous book before he even turned 25? Thanks to Eric Perdue's long work on his translation of the book, which was published in 2021 by Inner Traditions, we have a pretty good answer. Plagiarism.
Go straight
Agrippa
on,
used
and then keep
materials
left.
from over 200 sources to compile and
Keep
assemble
left.
occult philosophy.
And then turn left.
In many cases, he simply lifted complete passages
Turn
from
left.
some of these sources. However, in spite of the rampant plagiarism in the text, Agrippa was somehow able to assemble quotes and passages from all of these sources, some of them quite mundane, to put forth an argument for his own definition of an occult philosophy that has proven to be both remarkable
Go
and
straight on.
influential.
That's right.
Plagiarism might seem like a damning accusation against Agrippa's work, but we need to look at it in a historical context. Throughout much of literary history, plagiarism was often just a normal part of writing. Sources were rare and unavailable, and in many cases, ancient texts are only available today because they were so heavily plagiarized. It seems like it wasn't until the 17th century that English writers started to get really worked up about plagiarism, and even then, it was not a universally condemned practice, as we will see later. In this episode, we will be discussing a few of Agrippa's sources in an attempt to better understand the materials he was working with. In fact, some of his more important sources may have also been compiled through historic acts of plagiarism,
Keep right,
which can make
and then
tracing
turn
some
right.
concepts back to their origins very tricky.
Turn right.
Looking at the broader scope of occult philosophy's history, we should also remember that in the early 19th century, almost all of Agrippa's book was plagiarized by Francis Barrett to create his massive magical tome, the Magus, or Celestial Intelligencer, which is a pretty badass name, you have to admit. The story of this book is also an excellent one, and I explored it in a previous podcast episode with R.A. Priddle. You can find a link to that episode in the show notes.
Go straight on.
So plagiarism
That's right.
aside, let us appreciate how astounding it was that Agrippa could gain access to so many sources at the beginning of the 16th century in order to assemble and write occult philosophy. We now know that Agrippa had developed a group of friends and associates who discussed occult matters and probably helped him research topics
Go
and
straight
assemble
on.
sources.
That's right.
I asked Eric Purdue about
I feel
Agrippa's
like I'm
secret
driving in
circle
the
of
devil's
friends
chariot.
and how they
Watch
probably
your
helped
speed.
him assemble occult philosophy.
Agrippa was a member of a loose fraternity of enthusiasts. It's not really clear. I mean, there are some blog posts out there that have some theories on what the members were, but it was a fairly loose group. Although Agrippa seems to have been
Go straight on.
one of
That's right.
the younger people, but at the same time, there's some indications that he was the one who vetted the membership. And I think a lot of this happened when he was in Paris. Some of them were definitely German, but I don't think all of them were. It's a secret, right? But anyway, they were enthusiasts, so I can only theorize. But I think it's probably correct that they shared notes. They probably shared each other's collections, where they had it. And so he compiled. The original 3 books is relatively close to the final version, except much shorter. And the orders changed around a bit. But I think that this just came from him being a lifelong student of this. I mean, he started pretty young, and B, he had friends that were able to feed him information. We don't really know if all these sources were books that he had. I mean, some of them I'm positive he didn't have. There are a few sources that are pretty piecemeal. So those I can imagine being from notes. But, what's amazing to me is his organization, though. I mean, this book is compiled from roughly 200 sources, and and people often deride the book for being, for him being a plagiarist, and
Go straight on.
just imagine
That's right.
compiling a book from quotes from 200 other books, and at the same time doing this in a way to frame your own argument is amazing to me.
We discussed a little bit about Agrippa's life in the last episode, but now we have to get into exactly where all of these magical friends of his came from. So Agrippa studied at the University of Cologne from 1499 to 1502, and in 1502 he received his Magister Artium, or Master of the Arts.
Oh,
He was only
Jesus, take the
16.
wheel. Where in the goddamn hell
I
you
honestly
driving?
do not know
You're
if this
speeding.
means
Watch
that
your
Agrippa was
speed.
some sort of Renaissance Doogie Howser, or if it was common for people to get their MAs at such a young age in that era.
Finding a new route.
Shortly after that, in 1507, he began his studies in Paris, where he became part of this secret circle of contacts that we were just talking about. I asked Douglas Batchelor of the What Magic Is This podcast about Agrippa's secret circle, and this is what he had to say.
There's this idea that he not idea, it is talked about in a lot of biographies, particularly ones that are in German, about this group of people that would help him find information that he would later use to synthesize his model that would go into 3 books of occult philosophy. And it sounds like, from what we can see, again, I haven't read these letters, but it sounds like they all saw something special in Agrippa and decided that Agrippa would be the one who would have final cut as to what information would go in there. They saw just how intelligent this young man was, and some of the people in this group were way older than him, more than a decade older than him, and they still said, no, he's the one. This is the one that has to do it. It really solidifies in my mind just how special he was. He was a special person. Agrippa had the choice as to who would be included in this circle, and he had the choice as to what information what that was given to him that he would use for his synthesis of what he thought what magic and the occult was. So yeah, it's very odd that more hasn't been written about this. That was the very first bit of that. That was when he was 24. When did he start this circle, or who decided to start it, and who made him boss, right? From what we understand, some of these people were in Catalonia, and they had a lot of access to a lot of the information from the fall of Toledo and whatnot. That wonderful Arab information that was probably also fairly Neoplatonic as well. So that information would have to take time to get to Agrippa. It's really crazy to think about. People sought him out, and that's the other thing. People sought out his counsel. He did have students. He was a figure. And then the last 5 years of his life, from what we understand, he just said, enough, and I don't want to be a figure. And the last 5 years of his life, we have nothing but the stories that came after him of his dog.
Okay, don't worry. You will hear more about Agrippa's dog later in this series. So Agrippa was a prolific letter writer, and he kept an archive of his correspondence. In 1580, about 45 years after Agrippa's death, a collection of his letters was published. Though the contents of these letters have yet to be deeply explored by modern scholarship, Frater Acker has managed to compile a list of probable members of Agrippa's secret circle. I didn't really recognize any of the names on the list, and you probably won't recognize any of the names either, but here's a selection.
What are you
Please
doing?
excuse my horrible pronunciation. Germain de Brie, Charles de Boule, Charles de Foucard, Symphorien Champierre, Germain de Ganay, Geoffroy Brulart, Jean Pereal. Frater Acker explains that candidates to join the secret group had to be examined and vetted by multiple existing members. These candidates needed to be free men, and they had to show the required scope of mind and intent. Only those who were intelligent, educated, and curious could become part of the secret circle. Finally, the candidate had to be willing to swear to the circle's rules. Only if they met all of these requirements were they allowed to join what Frater Acker calls the Agrippian Circle. This set of requirements, including the oath, reminded me of the initiatory requirements of a popular and well-known secret society, which leads me to a curious aside. Over 300 years after occult philosophy was published, another massive and remarkable tome appeared. This book was nearly as large as occult philosophy, and while probably not as influential, still managed to make a very large impact. Like its predecessor, it is primarily a composition of dozens of other works, what we would call plagiarism today. Also like its predecessor, it appears to contain esoteric and occult secrets of its own. The book in question is Morals and Dogma of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry by Albert Pike. Here's what Pike had to say about this book as he was compiling it, or he wrote this and referred to himself in the third person. In preparing this work, the Grand Commander, who has been about equally author and compiler, since he has extracted quite half its contents from the works of the best writers and most philosophic or eloquent thinkers. Perhaps it would have been less better and more acceptable if he had extracted more and written less. Still, perhaps half of it is his own, and in incorporating here the thoughts and words of others, he has continually changed and added to the language, often intermingling in the same sentences his own words with theirs. It not being intended for the world at large, he has felt at liberty to make, from all accessible sources, a compendium of the morals and dogma of the right. He claims, therefore, little of the merit of authorship, and has not cared to distinguish his own from that which he has taken from other sources, being quite willing that every portion of the book, in turn, may be regarded as borrowed from some old and better writer. Amazingly, though morals and dogma and occult philosophy cover some of the same subjects, there is pretty much no overlap in the sources used. In 2012, a new edition of Morals and Dogma was released, including the exhaustive research of Arturo de Hoyos, who managed to track down all of the sources that Albert Pike used when compiling and writing this book. It is fascinating. He added nearly 300 pages of footnotes and documented some very, very strange sources. Some of them were already known to people, and some of them were new. Two that really stood out to me, or three that really stood out to me, were Kabbalah Denudata by Christian Nor von Rosenroth, which is a partial Latin translation of the Zohar, and two books by famous 19th century magician
Eliphas Corel just followed.
History of Magic, and Transcendental Magic. Now, of course, none of these volumes would have been available to Agrippa at the beginning of the 16th century. It is really interesting to notice that both Albert Pike and Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa make mention of Hermes Trismegistus. If you wish to learn more about this new edition of Morals and Dogma that came out in 2012, I have a feature-length review that was published in the winter 2012 issue of Philalethes. This can be very difficult to track down, but if you really would like to read it, get a hold of me and I will help you get a copy. What were Agrippa's sources? Earlier, we heard Eric Perdue mention that Agrippa used over 200 sources to build occult philosophy. This begs the question, how much of this book was original, and how much was compiled from these sources? I asked Eric how much of this book is lifted directly from other sources, and he replied,
I would guess probably about 95%. He has a couple of anecdotal statements. You know, I myself have witnessed this. I myself have learned to do this, that kind of thing. The incense recipes are original, or at least we can't find the source. But for the most part, it's almost all quotes, you know, pieced together William Burroughs style.
So what were the sources? I expected them to be a range of medieval grimoires, rare tomes, and crusty occult manuscripts. After all, Agrippa's original manuscript existed by 1510, and the movable type printing press had only been around for 60-ish years by then. Even more telling, in Agrippa's letter to Trithemius, he mentioned Picatrix, the Spaniard. And, as we will discover later, occult philosophy contains plenty of astrological magic, planetary images, and even the mansions of the moon. Surely, I thought, the Picatrix was a vital source. So, of course, I had to ask Eric Perdue about this. What are the sources that Agrippa used for occult philosophy? What surprises had he come across? And is the Picatrix even in there?
I think I was more surprised what I didn't find. So for the most part, his sources were mainstream Renaissance academia. And I expected to find a lot more quotes from grimoires, which there are basically none, at least not classic grimoires that you would think of. And Picatrix is pretty spotty. My original metaphysical teacher who introduced me to Agrippa also introduced me to the Picatrix, although he hadn't read it because it wasn't translated back then. This is in the 90s. And he believed that the three books of occult philosophy were equivalent roughly to the entirety of the Picatrix. And we now know that's not correct, but
mainstream Renaissance academia. How could such mundane books be used to craft a definition of magic and the occult that would shape all of Western esotericism? In his introduction to his translation, Eric discusses some other surprises about Agrippa's sources. For instance, while Agrippa quotes liberally from both the Bible and Plato, it seems as though he's not quoting directly from either of those sources. His Plato quotes are filtered through the works of Pico della Mirandola and a book called De Harmonia Mundi Totius by Francesco Giorgio. It seems that even his Bible quotes come from secondary sources, in spite of his certain access to, or even ownership of, a Bible. As you read occult philosophy, which I hope you do as you go through these episodes, I believe that it is important to understand a little bit about the sources Agrippa used. Yes, some of them may be pedestrian, but they are almost all very unfamiliar to modern students and readers. Now, I don't think you need to read Agrippa's sources in order to enjoy and learn from occult philosophy. However, it should help you keep Agrippa in context if you understand some of the material he borrowed from. So, in this episode, I will be picking out a few sources in particular that I believe bear special attention. First, we will discuss the works of Johannes Trithemius, the abbot we spent time with last episode. After that, we will discuss the massive tome Natural History by the Roman writer Pliny the Elder. And finally, we shall discuss Johann Reuchlin and his early works on Christian Kabbalah. So what about Johannes Trithemius, the abbot of St. James of Würzburg, who featured so prominently in our introductory episode? Surprisingly, aside from the letters back and forth between Agrippa and Trithemius in the introduction to occult philosophy, the abbot does not appear to have made a huge influence on the contents of the book. One passage, however, comes from Trithemius or is inspired by his work and seems to promise a wonderful magical power. And hence it is possible naturally, and far from all manner of superstition, no other spirit coming between, that a man should be able in a very time to signify his mind unto another man, abiding at a very long and unknown distance from him. Although he cannot precisely give an estimate of the time when it is, yet of necessity it must be within 24 hours. And I myself know how to do it, and have often done it. The same also in time past did Abbot Trithemius both know and do. This passage from Agrippa seems to be referring to Trithemius's book on hidden writing and demonology, the so-called Steganographia. This incredible book we will discuss further in a future episode. One other important and interesting piece that Agrippa copied from Trithemius is the alphabet, the magical alphabet of Honorius of Thebes. Now, in Book 3, Chapter 29, Agrippa credits this alphabet to Peter de Abanum. However, we know or suspect that it originally came from Trithemius's book on magical alphabets called Polygraphia. This alphabet itself has a fascinating history. It ended up being appropriated later on by Wiccans and pagans and labeled the witches' alphabet. You should check it out. It is a fun alphabet, and it is used by many different magical orders and occult practices in the modern day. The second of Agrippa's sources that we're going to be examining is a lot of fun, and I have to admit that I had so much fun writing this portion of the episode that I may have spent too much time on it, but because it's so entertaining, you're just going to have to listen to the whole thing. Gaius Plinius Secundus, known to us as Pliny the Elder, lived from 23 CE to 79 CE. He is the author of the largest single work to have survived to the present day from the Roman Empire, Naturalis Historia, or Natural History. This thing is massive. It is made up of 36 books, which were probably scrolls, covering
20,000 topics
Go straight on.
collected
That's
from around 2,000 different works. He quoted or plagiarized from between 400 and 500 authors. In fact, we have this quote about Pliny the Elder from one of the existing English translations. The work of Pliny is one of the most precious monuments that have come down to us from ancient times, and affords proof of an astonishing amount of erudition in one who was a warrior and a statesman. The plan proposed by the writer is of immense extent. It is his object to write not merely a natural history in our restricted sense of the term, not an account merely, more or less detailed, of animals, plants, and minerals, but a work which embraces astronomy, physics, geography, agriculture, commerce, medicine, and the fine arts, and all of these in addition to natural history properly so called, while at the same time he continually interweaves with his narration
Go straight
information
on.
upon the
That's
arts
right.
which bear relation to man considered metaphysically and the history of nations. So much so
Watch
indeed
your speed.
that in many respects this work was the encyclopedia of its age. The Editio Princeps, or first printed edition of natural history, was printed by Johannes of Speyer in 1496 in Venice. Note that this is not many years after the invention of the movable type printing press in Europe, which means natural history was seen as such an important book that it got put into production almost immediately. Now, ironically, Pliny the Elder quotes another Agrippa very frequently in his work, Marcus Vespasianus Agrippa, who was a friend of Augustus Caesar. This means that if you were out there and your name is Pliny, it is now your job to write a plagiarized book that quotes frequently from Agrippa, quoting from Pliny, quoting from Agrippa. Now, Pliny the Elder died on August 24th, 79 CE at Stabiae in Italy. He was killed by a pyroclastic cloud from the eruption of Mount Vesuvius, the same eruption that destroyed Pompeii and Herculaneum. He was unable to escape by sea because volcanic debris prevented his ship from leaving. Natural history was one of the main sources for much of the catalog of plants, animals, and natural phenomena in Book
Go
1 of
straight on.
Occult
That's
Philosophy.
right.
Passages from Pliny are liberally intermixed in Agrippa's work with the works of other writers such as Albertus Magnus, Marsilio Ficino, Ovid, and Francesco Giorgio. You'll notice as you read through Book 1 of Occult Philosophy that it is also filled with tons of astrological
on.
associations
That's right.
and correspondences. These do not come from Pliny, but instead from other sources that are then intermixed with quotes from natural history, so you will want to pay attention to that. Pliny the Elder's Natural History is
Go
a book
straight on. That's
filled
right.
with facts, as long as you put finger quotes around facts when you say it. Some of them are amazing and unbelievable. In fact, in researching this episode pages, I opened Natural History to random pages to look for things and was continually amused by the litany of hilarious things I would come across.
Go
So
straight
I'm
on.
going to read
That's
a
right.
few of them to you. First, mares, that is, female horses, in Lusitania can become impregnated by turning their faces toward the west wind. The horses produced in such a manner, in such a pregnancy, are among the fastest in the world, but they only live for 3 years. Second, the Pegasus is most definitely a type of bird. Mice can become pregnant while still in the womb. Turnips are an excellent remedy for poison. And finally, this is one of my most favorite facts, and one that I was
Maybe.
excited to pass along to a friend of mine who suffers from this issue.
If you eat dew-covered cherries early in the morning,
Oh.
pits and all, your bowels will have such explosive explosions that it will cure gout in your feet.
Oh, wow.
Pliny the Elder also wrote about magic. And since natural history was such an important source for occult philosophy, I think it's important for us to look at what Pliny said about magic. We can then be better informed when we talk about Agrippa's definition of magic that he comes up with. Pliny the Elder wasn't a big fan of magic, which we'll get to in a second. In Book 30 of Natural History,
Go straight on.
Pliny
That's
tells
right.
us that magic was first written about by somebody named Osantes, who accompanied Xerxes during his invasion of Greece in 480 BCE. According to Osantes, magic is practiced in many ways,
Go straight
including
on.
with
That's
water,
right.
with balls, with the aid of the air and the stars, and with props like lamps, basins, hatchets, and numerous other appliances. Apparently nobody is quite sure who this Osantes was, and there were multiple people who claimed to be Osantes throughout history. Pliny says that magic claims to grant a foreknowledge of things to come, as well as giving the ability to converse with ghosts and spirits of the dead. However, Pliny thought that magic was bogus, deceitful, and full of crap. He wrote, "We may rest fully persuaded then that magic is a thing detestable in itself. Frivolous and lying as it is, it still bears, however, some shadow of truth upon it, though reflected in reality by the practices of those who study the arts of secret poisoning, and not the pursuits of magic."
Go straight
It's
on.
remarkable
That's
to
right.
me that Agrippa spent so much time quoting from natural history in a book about magic, knowing full well what Pliny's opinion on magic was. This might be an interesting topic to discuss when we look at Agrippa's definition of magic in our next episode. And now for a quick aside, I think it's important that we discuss a little bit about Pliny the Elder and beer. Pliny lists a plant called Lupus salictarius, or wolf of the willow, in a chapter about plants which grow spontaneously. This plant was first wrongly identified with hops by a contemporary of Agrippa, the 16th century Bavarian botanist Leonhard Fuchs. Bostock and Riley, who translated Pliny into English in 1855, used Fuchs' identification in their translation, which I am relying on for this episode. This translation is very well known in the world of fancy microbrewed beer. Russian River Brewery in California makes a very famous beer called Pliny the Elder in honor of our Roman friend. It is packed with hops and quite boozy. If you plan on reading natural history, I would suggest that this beer makes an excellent accompaniment. There is a link to this beer in the show notes, and I would also just like to close off this segment of our episode with an important lesson. Please, 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 always check your sources when translating Latin names from Pliny the Elder. While the mystical tradition of Kabbalah began several centuries before Agrippa among Jewish communities in Spain and southern France, Christian Kabbalah emerged in the late 15th century during the Italian Renaissance. However, it was the German humanist Johann Reuchlin whose work on Kabbalah was the greatest influence on Agrippa. Reuchlin lived from 1455 to 1522. His studies took him to Florence, where he met Pico della Mirandola in 1490. At the time, he had already been studying Hebrew for about 10 years, but it was probably here in Florence that Reuchlin first began studying Kabbalah. After Pico's death at the early age of 31 in 1495, Reuchlin probably felt that the responsibility for studying and promoting Christian Kabbalah had fallen upon him. Also in that year,
Keep right.
Reuchlin published
And
his
they
first
turn
book
right.
on Christian Kabbalah, De Verbo Mirifico. Though Christian scholars in that era had a remarkably difficult time finding Jewish teachers willing to teach them Hebrew, eventually Reuchlin was able to hire Jakob Lohns, the private physician for Holy Roman Emperor Frederick III. Reuchlin's studies intensified. By 1508, his proficiency in Hebrew, Latin, and Greek was so great and renowned that he was called a trilingual miracle. Finally, in 1517, Reuchlin published perhaps his most influential book on Christian Kabbalah, De Arte Kabbalistica, or On the Art of the Kabbalah. Along with De Verbo, these two books were the first books written in Latin on Kabbalah by a non-Jew. They both proved to be important sources for Agrippa's occult philosophy. This puts Agrippa near the beginning of an important period of history for the emergence and development of Christian Kabbalah. This is a difficult topic for me to talk about because elements of this movement seem to be inspired by anti-Semitism, or at least a hostility toward the Jewish religion. We will spend some time exploring both Reuchlin's and Agrippa's places in this important movement later in this series of episodes. On the Art of the Kabbalah is presented as a dialogue between three people: Philolaus, a Pythagorean, Baranus, a Christian, and Simon, a Jewish Kabbalist. They meet in Frankfurt at Simon's house and have a long, mystical conversation. The book draws primarily from the contents of just one important document, Codex Halberstam 444. Certain important and enduring Kabbalistic techniques found in Agrippa's occult philosophy were originally inspired by Reuchlin's work, including the Kabbalah of 9 Vaults, or Ike Bakar method, and certain types of angel magic.
Keep left.
Okay,
And then
in this
turn left.
episode, we took a look at Agrippa's sources for 3 books of occult philosophy, including a look at his mysterious secret society of occult scholars, his friendship
Turn
with
left.
Johannes Trithemius, and the works of Pliny the Elder and Johann Reuchlin. However, we have to remember that Agrippa collected materials from over 200 sources for occult philosophy. We have not even scratched the surface of this massive collection. Unfortunately, we will not have time to explore all of these sources, because in the next episode, we will begin to explore some of the key topics in this book, beginning by answering that vital question: what is magic? This series of episodes about occult philosophy will most likely
Now keep
continue
left
until
there.
summer. My Patreon supporters will be receiving each episode a week before the rest of the world, along with bonus materials such as full interviews, a glimpse at works in progress, and the opportunity to suggest further topics for our Agrippa deep dive. If you enjoy these episodes and want to help support their development, you can help out in a number of ways. First, share this podcast with a friend. Let your weird wizard buddies and witch pals know that we have embarked on this journey and that they are welcome and encouraged to join us.
Oh,
And if you want to
Lord, watch your
contribute
speed.
monetarily, you can go to arnemancy.com/support and find a number of options. Until next time, my friends, keep reading books, keep being weird, and keep doing magic. This has been another episode of the Arnemancy Podcast. Thank you for joining me. I have been your host, Reverend Eric. You can find Arnemancy online at arnemancy.com, and you can subscribe to this podcast anywhere podcasts are found. If you like what you hear, please consider supporting the Arnemancy Project for as little as $1 a month at patreon.com/Arnemancy.
This is Vanessa Urena, and I'm really excited to announce my new store, Sword Inside, where I will be offering magical art, materia, and services beneath Mars and Saturn. You can visit the store at swordinside.com and be sure to sign up for the email list to receive early access to new releases.
How am I glutted with conceit of this? Shall I make spirits fetch me what I please, resolve me of all ambiguities, perform what desperate enterprise I will? I'll have them fly to India for gold, ransack the ocean for orient pearl, and search all corners of the newfound world for pleasant fruits and princely delicates. I'll have them read me strange philosophy and tell the secrets of all foreign kings. I'll have them wall all Germany with brass and make swift Rhine circle fair Wettenberg. I'll have them fill the public schools with silk wherewith the students shall be bravely clad. I'll levy soldiers with the coin they bring, and chase the Prince of Parma from our land, and reign sole king of all the provinces. Yea, stranger engines for the brunt of war than was the fiery keel at Antwerp's bridge I'll make my servile spirits to invent. Come, German Faldus and Cornelius, and make me blessed with your sage conference. Faldus, sweet Faldus, and Cornelius, know that your words have won me at the last, to practice magic and concealed arts. Yet not your words only, but mine own fantasy, that will receive no object, for my head but ruminates on necromantic skill. Philosophy is odious and obscure. Both law and physic are for petty wits. Divinity is basest of the three, unpleasant, harsh, contemptible, and vile. 'Tis magic, magic that hath ravished me. Then, gentle friends, aid me in this attempt, and I, that have with concise syllogisms gravelled the pastures of the German church, and made the flowering pride of Wurtemberg swarm to my problems, as the infernal spirits, on sweet Musaeus when he came to hell, will be as cunning as Agrippa was, whose shadow made all Europe honor him.
Speak the charm of nature.
There will come a time on the planet Earth when science and technology will be long forgotten. When wizards will rule the world.
This is the Arnemancy Podcast. The world is weirder than we know. Join your host, Reverend Eric, and his diverse array of amazing guests in an exploration of tarot, magic, the occult, and the history of Western esotericism. The Arnemancy Podcast exists thanks to the support of generous listeners like you. Please consider supporting this podcast for as little as $1 a month
Mexico.
at patreon.com/Arnemancy. I am Reverend Eric, and you are currently listening to part 3 of this podcast's deep dive into Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa's 3 books of occult philosophy. If you feel lost and would like to catch up with the first 2 episodes of our deep dive, you can find them on the podcast's website at arnemancy.com/Agrippa. So, welcome back to the podcast. In this episode, we will be exploring Agrippa's definition of magic, both through his words and by examining it through a modern lens. Beginning with this episode, I will make a point to let you know precise chapters we will be discussing in occult philosophy. This should give you the opportunity to read those chapters in advance so you can be more informed of the topics we discuss in the episode. Agrippa's definition of magic can be found in Book 1, Chapter 2. In the 2021 Intertraditions edition of Occult Philosophy, translated by Eric Perdue, this chapter begins on page 18. I would like to point out that we will almost never spend an entire episode discussing just one chapter. But since magic is at the core of our exploration of this book, we need to spend some time understanding exactly what we are talking about. In order to build a definition of magic, especially as we explore this 16th century work, we have to take a closer look at the definitions that have shaped ours. Almost all of us will have a definition, explicit or implicit, formed not only by our own practices, but by the authors, thinkers, and teachers who have influenced us over the years. The modern definition of magic has been strongly guided by the occult revival of the late 19th century, in particular the various thinkers, writers, and magi of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. However, even the founders and early practitioners of this tradition didn't have absolute agreement. Even to them, the nature of magic seemed elusive. Let's take a look at what they had to say. Samuel Liddell McGregor Mathers, or S.L. McGregor Mathers, was one of the founders of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. In the late 19th century, he was responsible for the translation and
Keep
publishing of
then
many
exit
occult
right.
and mystical texts that had been long out of print. Today, well over a century later,
Exit right.
his translations continue to be popular. In the
Keep left.
introduction to his translation
turn
of the
left.
sacred magic of Abramelin the Mage, Mathers provides a
left.
definition of magic. He defines magic as the science of the control of the secret forces of nature. Aleister Crowley was another member of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn who went on to found a new religion and establish magical orders and secret societies that continue to thrive today. You've probably heard of him. His influence, whether you like it or not, continues to be felt. As a result, almost everybody is familiar with Crowley's definition of magic. He wrote in Magic in Theory and Practice, "Magic is the science and art of causing change to occur in conformity with will." This short and sweet definition has been subject to over a century of analysis, argument, and commentary. As we shall see shortly, its influence has been extraordinary. Do not blame yourself if Crowley's definition is the one that you know best and have found the easiest to work with. But I will warn you now, it is nowhere near Agrippa's definition. To understand occult philosophy, we will have to discard Crowley's definition altogether. Let's look at a few more definitions from the last century. Francis Israel Regardie was one of the most influential 20th century magicians, and he too was part of the Golden Dawn tradition. Initially heavily influenced by Aleister Crowley, Regardie went on to become known for his own achievements. He published a number of books on magic and the occult, and is probably most well known for making the rituals of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn available to the public. In his 1935 book, The Tree of Life, Regardie restricted his definition of magic to theurgy alone. He wrote, "Magic is a mnemonic system of psychology in which the almost interminable ceremonial details, the circumambulations, conjurations, and subfumigations are deliberately intended for the exaltation of the imagination and the soul, with the utter transcending of the normal plane of thought." As a side note, if you would like to understand more about theurgy and how it is differentiated from other categories of magic, check out the link in the show notes about the differences between theurgy and thaumaturgy. Of course, modern magic did not stop developing in the 1930s. Near the end of the 20th century, new paradigms emerged, among them chaos magic. Peter Carroll is one of the creators of chaos magic, and in his 1978 work, Liber Null, he offered a definition of magic that, as you can hear, is strongly influenced by Aleister Crowley. Carroll wrote, "Magic is the science and art of causing change to occur in conformity with will. The will can only become magically effective when the mind is focused and not interfering with the will. The mind must first discipline itself to focus its entire attention on some meaningless phenomenon. If an attempt is made to focus on some form of desire, the effect is short-circuited by lust of result, egotistical identification, fear of failure, and the reciprocal desire not to achieve desire arising from our dual nature destroy the result. Therefore, when selecting topics for concentration, choose subjects of no spiritual, egotistical, intellectual, emotional, or useful significance. Meaningless things." This particular definition is the culmination of an important trend in our definitions of magic. Throughout the 20th century, magic became more and more an internal characteristic of the magician, either a psychological phenomenon or a supernatural effect caused by the magician's will, whatever that means. Spirits, or daimones, became less and less important in discussions of magic, frequently relegated to psychological constructs or just dismissed altogether. Though this trend of conflating magic and psychology began to be reversed in the 21st century, many practitioners, perhaps me, have been swayed by the temptation of one of these psychological definitions that fits so neatly into a modern materialistic worldview. But then at the same time, we are taught and continue to consult Agrippa's occult philosophy like some sort of magical encyclopedia without ever stopping to wonder if our definition of magic has any similarity to his. To understand Agrippa's definition of magic, we have to let go of the 19th and 20th centuries and go back to the 16th century. Eric Purdue's new translation of occult philosophy was just published in 2021 by Inner Traditions. Here he is, explaining Agrippa's concept of magic, but also urging us to understand the difference between magic and occult properties.
So magic is where you unite the natural world, the celestial world, and the divine world through the consciousness of the magician. Like, all of those elements have to be there, and that's one of the reasons why it's divided into three books like that. That's a stark contrast to, say, X herb, cures headaches. That might be an occult cause because the reason why that plant cures the headache isn't known. I actually make jokes that Agrippa, pretty much does say, how do magnets work? He doesn't know. It's a cult. That's a cult. He's a juggalo.
Go straight on. That's right.
That's why I make that distinction, because if a plant cures a headache, you don't know why it cures a headache. It just does. And there might be, because it has the property of a certain planet or whatever, but it's not because of employing a spirit to cure the headache. That's the difference, I think. Where he goes more into the ceremonies, that's a different story. That's magic.
Studying the natural, celestial, and divine worlds is critical to understanding Agrippa's definition of magic. I suppose I could now point out that it is no coincidence that 3 books of occult philosophy is split into 3 books, one on natural, one on celestial, and one on the divine world. Huh.
Keep right.
Maybe that means it's time to listen to Agrippa himself. In Book 1, Chapter 2 of Occult Philosophy, he wrote, "Magical ability possesses great power, full of the highest mysteries, contemplating profound secret things, natures, powers, qualities, substances, and virtues, combined with the understanding of all nature." Agrippa then explains that there are 3 areas that are critical to magic. These are the ones that Eric Purdue just told us about. First, natural science, or the natural world, which teaches us about the nature of the world and how to investigate the world. Second is mathematics, corresponding to the celestial world, which teaches us of the understanding of nature's movements and celestial progressions. And then third is theology, which teaches us about the divine world. It teaches us about God, about the nature of mind. It teaches us about intelligences, angels, and demons. It teaches us about the soul. Through theology, we learn about religion and faith. We learn about the virtues of words and figures. We learn about secret operations. And finally, we learn of the mysteries of seals or sigils. Agrippa then goes on to assert, these 3 powerful faculties of magic, natural science, mathematics, and theology, embrace, unite, and actuate. Andrew B. Watt is a well-known guest of this podcast to regular listeners. He is a skilled astrologer and magical practitioner. I asked him to give me his definition of magic, and reluctantly, he agreed. Here's what he had to say.
There's a tool that some organizations use in order to identify what programs people fall into. And the idea is, do you always tell people what you think, or do you never tell people what you think? That's one axis. And the other axis is hot tamale. Do you get super emotional about it, or cool as a cucumber? And I definitely fall into the category of don't tell people what you think and cool cucumber. So I'm not going to tell you what I think about magic first. I'm going to start off with some of the things that Picatrix says and that Cornelius Agrippa says. And both of them say that magic is the intersection between the three arts of natural philosophy, that is to say science, right? Studying the properties of the things of the natural world. The celestial philosophy, by which they don't mean astrology, even though I'm an astrologer, but sort of the intellectual realm of mathematics, of science, of calculation, of reason, and the theological art, the study of the gods and the realms of the spirits. They both reference the idea of the one, which is a Neoplatonic ideal, right? The idea that everything is one, that we see in the opening of the Emerald Tablet of Hermes Trismegistus. So magic is the intersection between natural science, intellectual reason, and theurgy, or the search or quest for God, trying to understand the theological underpinnings of the world.
In Agrippa's letter to Trithemius, included at the beginning of Book 1, he is fixated on redeeming magic's reputation. He rails against cursed superstitions and wild rites, and laments those who, with their accursed frivolities, hope to be labeled with the sacred name of magic. He goes on, "They have driven that which was called magic, which was formerly praised, to that which is today seen as odious to all that is good and honest." I asked Eric Perdue about Agrippa's take on good and bad magic.
One of the most major problems that they would have had to worry about, which is what made good magic and bad magic. To Agrippa, good magic is when you do magic knowing that God is the source and doing it for God. And bad magic is when you believe that the source of power is in nature or demons or spirits or whatever. So you would use demons, spirits, plants, animals, stones, whatever, knowing that the source of those things' powers come from somewhere else.
I need to sleep.
In the years after occult philosophy, Agrippa's approach to magic was adopted, adapted, and changed. Giordano Bruno's essay on magic was written about 50 years after Agrippa's
Time to
death.
hit the road.
In it, Bruno opens with 10 definitions for magic and magician. A few of them are particularly relevant to what we are discussing. For example, in one definition, he tries to differentiate between magic and occult philosophy. Bruno wrote, "When, from the powers of antipathy and sympathy of things, that by them things are repelled, transmuted, and attracted, as are the species of magnets and similar, whose works do not reduce to the qualities of active and passive, rather all are referred to the spirit
Go
or
straight
soul
on.
of things.
That's right.
And this is properly called natural magic. When together with these are added words, incantations, rules of number and time, images, figures, seals,
Get ready to
characters
turn
of
left.
letters. And this too is magic halfway between natural and extranatural or supernatural. That is properly
left.
described with
And
the
then turn
label
right.
mathematical magic, and it is more fittingly ascribed with the label
Turn right.
occult philosophy. Okay, these passages are confusing, and they take a lot of unpacking. But in essence, Bruno describes natural magic much like Agrippa does. It focuses on the secrets and correspondences of the natural world, along with spirits that may reside in natural things. Bruno's definition of mathematical magic, on the other hand, seems to be a combination of Agrippa's celestial and divine magics, and this is what Bruno wants to call occult philosophy. Does he agree with Agrippa? We're going to be coming back to Giordano Bruno and his interpretation of Agrippa in a later episode. A decade or so after Bruno's On Magic, we find a peculiar definition of magic in Christopher Marlowe's The Tragical History of Dr. Faustus from 1604. In this play, we hear the titular character tell us some of the things that magic is not. He says,
Philosophy is odious and obscure. Both law and physic are for petty wits. Divinity is basest of the three, unpleasant, harsh, contemptible, and vile.
In this short quote, we see references to all three areas of knowledge that Agrippa specified as essential to magic. In a way, it's almost a direct refutation of Agrippa. Philosophy refers to natural philosophy,
Turn
or
left.
the natural world. Law and physic refers to mathematics, or mathematical magic, the celestial world. And divinity, which Dr. Faustus describes as the basest of the three, relates to theology and the divine world. And then, later in the play, Dr. Faustus draws a magic circle with divine names, and using an invocation in Latin, summons Mephistopheles, who describes himself this way. I am a servant to great Lucifer, and may not follow thee without his leave. No more than he commands must we perform. If the first quote is a refutation of Agrippa's definition of magic, we can see here that to Marlowe, or at least to Faustus, magic is about the supernatural summoning and conjuration of spirits. Now, this definitely falls under Agrippa's category of bad magic. If there's any conclusion we can draw from our exploration of the definition of magic, it's that many magicians, historians, and occultists have arrived at different definitions. In fact, if a podcast could give you homework, the assignment I would have for you after this episode is to begin thinking of what your own definition of magic is. Do not yet presume that you are writing this definition in stone. After all, we are just beginning our exploration of Agrippa's occult philosophy, and we should all expect to have our understanding of magic change dramatically as we continue our journey. But if you choose to do some homework, start by writing down a couple of sentences. It's really okay if your definition of magic matches Mather's or Crowley or Agrippa or even Dr. Faustus. It is okay if your definition is strictly academic or historical. This first definition is just your starting point. Spend some time sitting with that definition, and then get ready to let it change and evolve as we get deeper into this book. As you sit with your definition, be ever vigilant to make sure that it does not go too far. In his 2014 essay, A Greased Pig Defining Magic, Nicholas Chappell warns us about trying to stick too much into our definition. He writes, one frequent misstep in crafting a definition of magic is that we overreach by claiming more than is reasonable. Nowhere is this more visible than in the framing of magic as a science. This tendency is problematic because magic relies upon a very different epistemology from that of contemporary science. Magic is fundamentally a subjective enterprise. It hinges upon intuition, imagination, and synchronicity rather than the measurement and interpretation of sense data. Calling magic a science may have been a convenient rhetorical strategy to give the term a veneer of respectability and to distance it from its associations with superstition in the early 20th century, when we were still riding on the high of the Industrial Revolution. But these days, it doesn't seem quite as compelling. Moreover, to claim that magic is a science muddies the waters by associating it with a methodology and a mode of inquiry that could scarcely be farther removed from the worldview of Western esotericism. I hope Nick isn't mad that I read such a large quote from his article, but I thought it was important enough that you should hear. And if you want to read the whole article, it is 2 parts. There is a link in the show notes, and it is excellent. Finally, to wrap up this episode, here again is my friend Andrew B. Watt with another approach to defining magic for you to ponder on your quest
straight on.
to find a definition of your very own.
So you ask me what my definition of magic is, and I think to myself, well, we hide it behind a whole lot of frippery, but magic is art. Magic is the kinds of physical objects and mental storytelling and social interactions that is in fact an art of reframing things so that people consider the world in a different way. You can go to a science museum, for example, and you can see demonstrations of pennies swirling around a funnel shape and watch them spinning around and around and around and watch them go down the drain. You've seen this machine at half a dozen museums, I'm sure. But it takes a special kind of brain to tell you that this is an approximation of how black holes work. There's a point in that penny's descent into the funnel where you can grab hold of the penny and take it out of the funnel and it will not immediately slip in. But there is a point beyond which you're just not going to be able to reach in far enough to grab it, and beyond which it is never going to be able to escape, even if it is hit by something else. It takes a special kind of mind to be able to combine both the physical apparatus, that is to say natural philosophy, with the storytelling component, the intellectual component, that this is a good way to teach kids a little bit about how black holes work and maybe get them interested in the future. There's another layer of the theological or the theurgical goal of being able to say, this is how God designs portals to other universes. And now you have engaged the imaginative faculty in a completely different way. That's the thing that takes it out of the realm of pure science, pure rationality, into the realm of magic. And that strikes me as a really powerful threefold definition. But it means that we definitely have to think about it as art. It's being able to create a physical thing that obeys natural rules, being able to explain those natural rules in terms of logic, reason, mathematics, numbers, and then to be able to add an additional component which draws the mind of the person who views it further up and further in, and connects them with higher principles and makes them go, wow, I understand the one much, much better. That, to me, is magic.
Many thanks to my friends in the Magic channel on the Hermetic House of Life Discord server for their help in tracking down all of the historical definitions of magic we discussed in this episode. Thanks also to Trey Henry for his excellent portrayal of Dr. Faustus at the beginning of the episode. For a full list of credits, make sure to check out the show notes. This series of episodes about occult philosophy will most likely last until summer. My Patreon supporters are receiving each episode a week before the rest of the world, along with bonus materials such as full interviews, a glimpse at works in progress, and the opportunity to suggest further topics for this Agrippa Deep Dive. Recently, I posted the script for the first episode for my Patreon listeners to look at, so they can see how much ad-libbing I do and how much is written in stone to begin with. If you are enjoying these episodes and want to help support their development, you can help out by sharing this podcast with a friend. Let your weird wizard buddies and witch pals know that we are on this journey and invite them to join us. And if you are feeling really, really kind and you want to contribute monetarily, you can go to arnemancy.com/support and find a number of options. Until next time, dear listeners, keep reading books, keep being weird, and keep doing magic. Oh, and do your homework. This has been another episode of the Arnemancy Podcast. Thank you for joining me. I have been your host, Reverend Eric. You can find Arnemancy online at arnemancy.com, and you can subscribe to this podcast anywhere podcasts are found. If you like what you hear, please consider supporting the Arnemancy Project for as little as $1 a month at patreon.com/Arnemancy.
This is Vanessa Urena, and I'm really excited to announce my new store, Sword and Scythe, where I will be offering magical art, materia, and services beneath Mars and Saturn. You can visit the store at swordandscythe.com and be sure to sign up for the email list to receive early access to new releases.
Natural philosophy is the genius that has regulated my fate. I desire, therefore, in this narration, to state those facts which led to my predilection for that science. When I was 13 years of age, we all went on a party of pleasure to the baths near Tonon. The inclemency of the weather obliged us to remain a day confined to the inn. In this house, I chanced to find a volume on the works of Cornelius Agrippa. I opened it with apathy. The theory which he attempts to demonstrate and the wonderful facts which he relates soon changed this feeling into enthusiasm. A new light seemed to dawn upon my mind, and bounding with joy, I communicated my discovery to my father. My father looked carelessly at the title page of my book and said, "Ugh, Cornelius Agrippa. My dear Victor, do not waste your time upon this. It is sad trash." If, instead of this remark, my father had taken the pains to explain to me that the principles of Agrippa had been entirely exploded, and that a modern system of science had been introduced which possessed much greater powers than the ancient, because the powers of the latter were chimerical, while those of the former were real and practical. Under such circumstances, I should certainly have thrown Agrippa aside and have contented my imagination, warmed as it was, by returning with greater ardor to my former studies. It is even possible that the train of my ideas would never have received the fatal impulse that led to my ruin.
Keep left, and then turn
But
left.
the cursory glance my father had taken of my volume by no
Turn
means
left.
assured me that he was acquainted with its contents, and I continued to read with the greatest avidity.
Speak the charm of me, charm of me, charm of me, charm of me.
a time on the planet Earth when science and technology will be long forgotten. When wizards will lose their world.
This is the Arnemancy Podcast. The world is weirder than we know. Join your host, Reverend Eric, and his diverse array of amazing guests in an exploration of tarot, magic, the occult, and the history of Western esotericism. The Arnemancy Podcast exists thanks to the support of generous listeners like you. Please consider
And then
supporting this
exit
podcast
right.
for as little as $1 a month at patreon.com/Arnemancy.
Exit right.
Greetings. I am Reverend Eric, and you are listening to part 4 of this podcast's deep dive into Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa's 3 books of occult philosophy. If you're just joining us, or even if you feel lost and you would like to catch up with the earlier episodes in the series, you can find them on the podcast's website at arnemancy.com/Agrippa. We started off with book 1, but we're going to be skipping a big chunk of it in our deep dive for a couple of reasons. First, most of the early chapters deal with a combination of Pliny's natural history and astrological correspondences. While this is a fascinating topic, we covered Pliny's contributions to occult philosophy in the second episode of the series, and astrological correspondences are handled in great depths in any number of other works. If you're an occultist or a student of the occult, you've no doubt come across them. Instead, we will be skipping ahead to later in Book 1 to explore Agrippa's description and explanation of light and the senses, in particular the imagination. If you want to get a jump start on these topics, I would advise you to read Book 1, chapters 49, 60, and 61. To understand how Agrippa believed that the senses work, we have to begin by examining his ideas on light. And in order to look at how this occult light works, we need to understand a little bit more about Agrippa's worldview. 3 books of occult philosophy was written from a geocentric worldview. In other words, in Agrippa's mind, and in nearly all of the most learned minds of Agrippa's time, the Earth sat at the center of the cosmos, and everything, including the sun, orbited it. The stargazers and cosmologists of Agrippa's time had yet to be introduced to the concept of a heliocentric cosmos, or even of a cosmos with suns beyond our own. If you will recall from the first episode of this series, Nicholas Copernicus was born in 1473, just 13 years before Agrippa, and died in 1543, about 8 years after him. Like Agrippa, Copernicus's world-changing book was not published until right around the time of his death, meaning that Agrippa never would have had a chance to see it. Heliocentrism, in fact, took a very long time to take hold. Though it collected some influential proponents, most of them were not even born during Agrippa's lifetime, and it would take almost a century for Galileo's astronomical observations and Kepler's mathematical proofs to give heliocentrism the foothold it needed to be accepted as truth. So hold on, you might be saying. If Agrippa didn't know that the Earth orbited the sun, what exactly did his cosmos look like? Early 16th century Europe lived and believed in a Ptolemaic world. What does that mean? It means that the material world, where we live, existed inside the nested shells of the created cosmos. The outer shell, the outermost shell of the cosmos, held all of the fixed stars. It was basically the limit of their finite universe. Inside this shell of fixed stars were 7 other crystalline, transparent, unbreakable spheres nested inside each other like matryoshka dolls. Each of these nested spheres was home to the brilliant glowing ember of one of the wandering stars, what we call the planets. In fact, our word planet comes from an old Greek word for wandering. These 7 planets were arranged in a fixed order called the Chaldean order. From the outermost to the innermost sphere, it went like this. The largest, slowest, and heaviest was Saturn. Inside Saturn was Jupiter. Inside the Jupiter sphere was the Mars sphere. Inside that, the Sun. Inside the Sun, Venus, and then Mercury, and then the Moon. Finally, within the sphere of the Moon existed the material world, the world we live in, Earth. Okay, back to light. In particular, divine light. That's what we're going to be most interested in right now. In chapter 49, Agrippa explains that divine light begins beyond the sphere of the fixed stars and descends through them. It trickles down through each of the celestial lights, meaning the 7 planets and their spheres. And at each planet, the celestial intelligence of that planet determines how the divine light is received and then emitted. Agrippa explains that each of the planets absorbs and emits celestial light of specific colors. I think this is a pretty interesting part of the chapter, actually, since the colors don't really match up very well with the planetary colors used by many modern practitioners. Don't worry, though. We will encounter plenty of planetary colors throughout occult philosophy, so you'll have lots to choose from. The colors of the planets are as follows. Saturn handles light that is black, clear, earthy, leaden, and dark. I know there's a lot of contradictions in there, but you have to remember that these lights have to make it all the way down. Jupiter handles light that is sapphire, green, purple, and gold.
You're speeding. Watch your speed.
Mars handles light that is red, glowing, fiery, and, like Jupiter, purple. The Sun also handles purple, along with gold, yellow, and bright light. Finally, the spheres of Venus, Mercury, and the Moon share in the light that they handle. White light, ruddy light, light that is slightly yellow or purple, and also light that is various. This is an interesting collection of colors. Purple recurs throughout. It's difficult to put it together, at least in my head, into a comprehensive sort of color theory or something of that nature. So I think this is kind of worth paying attention to. It is sort of interesting because it breaks the kind of stereotypical mold or the stereotype of planetary colors. Anyhow, once this celestial light has passed through each of the planetary spheres, it reaches the material world. At this point, the light is still not visible light necessarily, but some sort of divine celestial radiance that has been filtered through the divinity and celestial power of the spheres. When it reaches the material world, it enters the human soul, and in particular, it passes into the imagination. From the imagination, it sounds like it is projected out of the eyes, maybe like a flashlight, and then received again by the eyes as visible light, which allows us to see. Now, obviously, that is not how eyeballs work, and we know that now. But modern scientific theories about light weren't developed until the 17th century. Even Agrippa doesn't seem to totally buy the flashlight eyeballs theory, because way back in Book 1, Chapter 7, he wrote, "Vision is fiery, for it cannot perceive without fire and light." Whereas in chapter 49, he seems to indicate that vision is sort of like a flashlight, and that the reason it doesn't work in the dark is because it's dark and doesn't work as well. It doesn't work. It's not a theory that holds together. In fact, I think that we can understand now Dr. Victor Frankenstein's frustration at Agrippa's outdated science when he said,
If, instead of this remark, my father had taken the pains to explain to me that the principles of Agrippa had been entirely exploded, and that a modern system of science had been introduced which possessed much greater powers than the ancient, because the powers of the latter were chimerical, while those of the former were real and practical.
in light of this, it is tempting to discard Agrippa's theory of light completely, like one is forced to do with much of the so-called natural philosophy in Book 1. However, before we do that, before we discard it entirely, I think it's really, really important for us to examine what occult philosophy has to say about the other senses. Later on in this episode, I will put forth an argument that we can pull a deeper and maybe more metaphorical meaning out of this concept of the divine light that allows it to be useful to the modern practitioner. Now that we've wetted our whistle with divine light, it's time to make sense of the senses. We're going to have to skip around a tiny bit in Book 1 to cover this topic. Let's start by going to chapter 61. In this chapter, Agrippa reiterates that our physical bodies are made by proportions of the four elements: fire, air, earth, and water. In creating our bodies, the Creator imbued us with a number of senses, inner and outer. And some of these, the inner, are more noble than others, but even the outer senses have a certain level of nobility or purity. The outer senses are outer because they are part of our material body, though actually some of them are quite internal. Both smell and taste, after all, are happening inside your body and not outside.
Yeah, I saw the
Agrippa
car.
ascribes us 5 outer senses
Fine.
and explains that each is related to specific elements. The eyes, which give us sight,
Expecting the car to slam on its
Agrippa
brakes.
calls the purest sense and associates them with both fire and light. Ears, which give us hearing, are associated with air.
Also, hello, that's a. How are you?
Nostrils, which give us smelling, are a mixture somewhere between
I'm
air
just driving
and
across
water.
the country and
Taste,
listening to a
denser
podcast
sense,
about Agrippa.
is associated with water. And finally, touch, which is diffused throughout the body, is associated with earth. According to Agrippa's scheme, the greater a distance at which a sense can operate, the more pure it is. This makes sight the purest of the senses, while taste and touch are the least pure. Exploring Agrippa's weird and outdated ideas about the way the physical world works might be fun, but it can get in the way of trying to find important, valuable gems hidden in his work. When it comes to looking at the senses, it is the description of the inner senses in occult philosophy that I think truly holds the treasure
Yeah,
we are
pretty much.
seeking in this
There's just
episode.
interstates
Chapter
all over
61
everywhere.
goes on
'cause of
to
the
describe the
World
4
War.
inner senses that belong to the
one of 'em.
mind and soul.
Maybe the first one.
They are the common sense, which is responsible for
That's
collecting
why all the bridges
impressions
are
and
like
information
the
from the
height that
exterior
nukes
or
can
outer
go under.
senses in the form of
Where's
images,
the sheep?
which is very important. The second of the inner senses is the imaginative
Not really a lot
power,
of sheep.
which retains images from the common sense and passes them along
It's more like cows.
to the
'cause
third
we
inner
eat
sense,
cows.
which is fantasy and the power of thought. Fantasy accepts images, perceives and judges the reason and nature of images, and passes them along to the 4th inner sense.
Pull into
The 4th inner sense,
Where is it?
and you should definitely pay attention to this one, is memory. Memory protects and stores images,
me, I
and also
want
has
to
the power
get
to
in here.
distinguish, connect,
Oh, no.
perceive,
on, sugar.
and to
I'll
judge
find
them.
us a new route.
Finally, this is where we get to the good stuff.
Have
The inner
a
senses
GPS
are
now.
all about
That's
the
sassy.
ingestion and management of images that are created by the outer senses. But even more importantly, they are all active senses.
I'm not out of fuel.
It
I
is
have to
very
stop at the
important
way
to note that
station because
memory
the
is
way station
included here as a
bypass
sense.
service is like,
It
no,
brings to mind this
you have
bit
to stop.
from the 4th century
This
Neoplatonic
paper
philosopher
is so
Plotinus,
heavy.
who wrote, "Observe these facts. Memory follows upon attention.
I hope I don't get
Those
fined
who have
'cause
memorized much by dint of their training in the use of leading indications.
if your truck is
suggestive
too
words and the
damaged,
like,
then
reach
you
the point
get
of
fined.
being
Oh
easily
shit, there's a
able
fucking
to retain
Pichu.
without such aid. Must we not conclude that the basis of memory is the soul power brought to full strength? Sensation and memory, then, are not passivity, but power. Okay, so if we look at the inner senses as active senses, perhaps we can start to see why flashlight eyes are so important to occult philosophy. They take the purest of our outer senses, sight, and turn it into an active sense. This could be an important piece to the puzzle.
Now keep
All right, but hold on, we have to pause.
Yeah,
Because
use
this
the,
is
you have
not
to start
all that
your
Agrippa has to say
Pokemon
about the inner
adventure
senses.
first.
Oh no,
Before
there
you
is
can
more.
catch Pokemons.
First, fantasy.
And now you
Third
can
inner sense
Pokecatch.
is broken down into
And
5
you'll be guaranteed to catch it.
wandering, arranging, pursuits, flights, and passions to action. These are all methods of dealing with images. Remember that fantasy and the power of thought are responsible for accepting images, perceiving and judging images, in particular the reason and nature of those images. Thoughts, which are also part of fantasy, are also broken down into 6 types. Intellectual understanding,
Maybe if you had been
virtues,
faster.
discipline, reasoning, deliberation, and
So I don't
choice.
see why it doesn't just
I think we can
start you
agree
on your
that those are
Pokemon
all
adventure
very
when you
important
try
parts
to
of thinking.
Pokecatch.
But what's so fascinating here is that they are done with images. Fantasy and its task of accepting
Yeah, I can play
images
Pokemon Go while
turns
driving
out
if I
to
want
be
to,
the
okay?
key
It's fine.
of this entire system. It is the inner sense
perfectly
that
safe.
seems to forge
Now
the
keep
bridge
up there.
between the corporeal world and the soul. Agrippa tells us that the intellect, part of fantasy and thought,
Oh my god!
receives images
Oh my
from
god!
In
Oh
fact,
my god!
he goes further and
Oh my
explains that the
goodness.
intellectual part of fantasy is that
Jeez.
bridge. He writes, therefore,
Oh gosh.
nature set up this order of powers in men, so that through the exterior or outer senses, we might
It's fine, I
recognize
just
corporeal things,
scooted
and
by
the
on the
interior
shoulder.
senses, the likeness of bodies, as well as those things abstracted by the mind or intellect, which are not bodies and not like them.
Yeah, I'm texting
This
and
is part of
driving.
the underlying theory of images in the soul.
I'm checking my phone when I
that
get
led scholar
notifications.
Juan Culiano
It's
to
kind of like
propose
texting
this
and
theory
driving.
of the phantasmal apparatus or imaginal faculty in his book
taking
Eros and Magic in the
swigs
Renaissance. Culiano wrote,
oh gosh.
Renaissance culture was a culture of the phantasmic.
Yes, I can't really
It lent
let off
tremendous
the
weight
mouse
to the phantasms evoked by inner
I need to get a
sense,
wheel.
and had developed to
Then I
the
can
utmost
drink and
the human faculty
smoke.
of working actively upon and with.
Yeah, that's about all I do on the stream. Drink and smoke. I guess eat maybe.
We are now very close
While
to
driving.
finding a way to regain occult philosophy's approach to divine light.
Candle
Why
in that
are
field?
these inner senses so
What do you mean a
dang
candle?
important?
The sun's over
Take
there.
a look at one example. We need to back up a few pages and take a look at Book 1, Chapter 60. In this chapter, Agrippa discusses at length the concept of melancholic vapor, a mysterious substance under the celestial influence of Saturn that, when kindled and burning, stirs up frenzy and
You mean
brings
the
us
sun?
to knowledge and divination. We know, thanks to Eric Perdue's work, that Agrippa borrowed this idea from the writings of Marsilio Ficino. And scholars such as Francis Yates have written about the importance of this particular view of the melancholic humor.
You mean the celestial sphere?
Melancholy was usually seen as the saddest and most hateful of the four humors, with plenty of unpleasant characteristics. But during the Renaissance, it was reformed into the humor of great thinkers, prophets, and religious seers. The so-called gifts of Saturn became a sign of genius and greatness, which instead brought one closer to the divine. Agrippa describes this process in chapter 60, when he writes that command of the melancholic humor can bring celestial spirits into the body. He lists 3 categories of celestial spirits that can enter and influence us depending on what type of apprehension exists in our soul. First, inferior spirits can grant us wonderful manual skills such as painting or building. Next, middle spirits grant knowledge and wisdom, and they turn people into philosophers, physicians, or public speakers. And then finally, sublime spirits teach divine secrets, such as divine law, angelic orders, and the salvation of souls. And how does an individual take command of their melancholic humor
I can't blow
to allow
by
these
it.
powers
That's like
to enter?
$700
Agrippa says
or
that it
something.
happens when there is nothing crossing the bounds of the body and chains of the members is entirely transferred to one of 3 inner senses: the imagination, the reason, or the mind. At the end of chapter 60, in fact, Agrippa explains that the outer senses cloud the understanding. It is interesting to me that this would happen if the light used by sight is indeed divine light filtered through our imagination and projected outward. I believe that the key to redeeming the divine light and the inner senses of occult philosophy is to treat the divine light entirely different than the portion of the electromagnetic spectrum that we know as light today. While in the modern world, sight, the purest of the outer senses, is usually seen as a receptive, passive sense, that does not need to diminish how we approach and work with our inner senses. Your common sense, imaginative power, fantasy, and memory are key components of your magical practice, and you will need to begin treating them as active senses in order to work with the magic Agrippa describes in occult philosophy. Of extremely special note is the role of images in the inner senses. They are passed up and down the hierarchy from common sense to memory and back again. Of particular note, as I said earlier, is fantasy, which has the ability to create images or phantasms of its own, as well as receive external images, for instance, from spirits.
That is what I put in the notification.
I believe we could argue that this happens through the divine light that filters down into the soul.
Truck 70.
Memory
that's
also
discrimination.
deserves a special note. If you've been listening to the podcast for a while, you know that I and many of my guests are big fans of the art of memory and its applications in magic and divination. Perhaps by taking a closer look at memory in occult philosophy, you can start to see why. Let me expand on this by sharing this bit on the connection between fantasy and memory from Patrick Dunn's 2020 book, The Practical Art of Divine Magic. The basic key of memory is this.
Sometimes.
We remember phantasms.
Not in this game, because you just crash and your vehicle gets damaged, and then you get less experience and money. And I want to get to level 20 so I can get a black Mac Peterbilt truck.
And by erotic, I mean emotive, not necessarily sexual. I use these particular terms rather than more contemporary psychological terminology because they are evocative of the way in which the training of memory creates a synthema out of the mind. Now, we will be returning to the art of memory and Agrippa's influence on its Renaissance practice in a future episode. If you are feeling impatient, however, I encourage you to check the links in the show notes, which includes links to
I
a
have
lot
Doki
of
Doki
materials on the art of memory from the Artmancy website.
yeah, that game. Doki Doki
I would also
Literature
like
Club.
to note that the chapters we discussed in this episode are not the only chapters about the imagination. In fact, for homework, I would encourage you to pay particular attention to chapters 62 through 68,
Doki Doki
which also
Literature
deal
Club
with the
sometime.
imagination, passions,
You have to
and
deliver
binding.
this big load. Go to
In our
Doki
next
Doki Literature
episode,
Club and deliver
we will
some
be
big
taking
loads.
a look at the most dreaded of all subjects of occult philosophy,
Candle dating
mathematics.
sim?
So get ready.
No.
Thanks to Charlie Claire Burgess, aka the Word Witch, for their superb portrayal of Dr. Victor Frankenstein, with lines from both Mary Shelley's novel
Does it
and
cost
the
money? Because
1931
I'm
film
kind
based
of
on the novel.
broke right
Thanks
now.
also to Andrew Fort, who played Sonata number 48 in
Giving
D
all my
minor
money to
by
cute cat
Domenico
boys on the internet.
Scarlatti on the piano. As always, for a full list of credits, please see the show notes. This series of episodes about occult philosophy will probably last until summer. My Patreon supporters will be receiving each episode a week before the rest of the world, along with bonus materials such as full interviews, a glimpse at works in progress, and the opportunity to suggest further topics for this Agrippa deep dive. If you enjoy these episodes and want to help support their development, you can help out by sharing
What the
this
fuck?
podcast with a friend.
Why the fuck
Let your
is there an
weird wizard buddies
ATV
and witch
on
pals
the
know that we are
road?
on this journey, and invite them to join us.
Let's see.
And if you want
Yes,
to
you gain
contribute monetarily,
relationships with
you can go to
candles of different sizes,
arnamency.com/support
so you'll
and find
make a cult
any number of
circle.
options.
Oh, I do like
Until
cults.
next time, keep reading books, keep being weird, and keep doing magic.
Why am I behind the wheel? Because I'm driving the truck, of course. And I'm doing a great job, see? I'm mostly keeping it in the lane.
I've been your host, Reverend Eric. You can find Arnemancy online at arnemancy.com, and you can subscribe to this podcast anywhere podcasts are found. If you like what you hear, please consider supporting the Arnemancy Project for as little as $1 a month.
Is this another
at
slow vehicle?
patreon.com/Arnemancy.
Being a cult man? Oh.
This is Vanessa
Am I
Elena,
good
and
at
I'm
being
really
a
excited to announce my new store, Sword Inside, where I will be offering magical art, materia, and services beneath Mars and Saturn. You can visit the store at swordinside.com and be sure to sign up
I
for
think
the
I
email
asked
list
too
to
many
receive early access
questions
to new
to be a
releases.
good cult member. And I'm like not
I should like you to
organized
notice, by the way,
enough to be a
what
good
Galileo
cult leader.
says about the Pythagorean and
So
Copernican system of the universe. For
I
he
also
points to
don't
my
really like
Mystery of the
exploiting
Universe,
people,
published 14 years ago,
which is
in which I
kind of
took the
required to be a
dimensions of the
cult
planetary
leader.
orbits
So
according to the astronomy
I
of
don't think I would be a
Copernicus,
good cult leader.
which makes the sun immovable in the center and the earth movable both around the sun and upon its own axis. And I showed that the differences
Ramming
of
off
their
the
orbits
road.
corresponded
God.
to the
Oh, God.
5 regular Pythagorean
I can
figures,
catch up to it.
which had been already
Well,
distributed
I only
by
really
their
want to
author
ram
among the elements of
the
the world.
cops,
Though the
because
attempt
ramming
was
vehicles
admirable rather
damages
than
your truck,
happy or
which
legitimate,
decreases
and
the
for
amount
which
of
figure's
XP
sake
and
Euclid wrote the whole of
pesos
his
that you
geometry.
get.
Now,
So
in that mystery, you may find a sort of combination of
there's
astronomy
apparently
and
mods
Euclid's
that
geometry.
have
And through this
Canada
combination, a
and
most
Mexico
thorough
as well.
completion and finishing of them both. And this was the reason why I
You have
waited
to like go
with
through the border
intense
crossing and stuff.
longing to see what sort of an argument Galileo would produce
Boise, Idaho.
in favor of the Pythagorean system of the universe.
Speak the charm
No,
of
There will come a time on the planet Earth
Watch your speed!
when science and technology will be long forgotten. When wizards will rule the world.
This
Yawn.
is the Arnemancy Podcast.
Oh shit!
The world
Just
is
passed a
weirder
rest
than
station.
we know. Join your host, Reverend Eric, and his diverse array of amazing guests
Where's
in an
the
exploration
next?
of tarot, magic, the occult, and the history of Western esotericism. The Arnemancy podcast exists thanks to the support of generous listeners like you. Please consider supporting this podcast for as little as $1 a month at patreon.com/Arnemancy. Wow.
Oh, I didn't
Wow.
miss my turn.
Let me congratulate you on having both the courage and the curiosity to listen to this episode. I am Reverend Eric, and you are listening to part 5 of this podcast's deep dive into Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa's 3 books. If you feel lost and would like to catch up with earlier episodes, you can find them on the podcast's website at arnemancy.com/Agrippa. Okay, why are
fucking Mr. Mime?
So
Oh my
important
god.
for this episode? Because, as I'm sure you noticed from the episode title, we're going to be talking about math. Math and
That's
magic.
right, I don't.
Finn, you're terrible at math.
I personally have been looking forward to this episode for a long time, but I
the
know that for
Ultra
a lot
Ball,
of people,
Great
the
Ball.
idea of reading about and learning about math is a pretty miserable one.
Yes.
Through conversations I've had over the years, it seems like many people feel like they are really bad at math, and many people also seem to hate math. This is a pattern that exists across both occultists and non-occultists. And so, when occultists discover how much Agrippa loved math, and how central math is to Agrippa's occult philosophy, they sometimes seem pretty disappointed. If you have a bad relationship with math, I applaud you on listening to this episode, in spite of both your relationship and the title of the episode. I am going to try to change your mind. Whether I succeed or not, I would really love to hear about your thoughts and reactions to this episode, so please feel free to contact me via email, Twitter, or any other way you can find me. So much of Book 2 of Occult Philosophy deals with
There was
numbers and
2?
mathematics. If you
No,
would like to
it's
get
just
a
it
head
appears
start on the
and
episode,
whoever,
read Book
like each
2,
person that catches it
chapters
has a
1 through 20.
percentage chance of catching.
And that's a lot.
Depending
And I
on what
think
ball you
can
use.
probably be pretty well prepared for this episode by just reading Book 2, chapters 1, 2, 21, 22, and 23. Alright, it's time to rip off the Band-Aid. Let's get started with Agrippa's thoughts on mathematics from Book 2, chapter 1. The disciplines of mathematics and the like are so necessary for magic that it is professed that without them, everyone will lose their way. Their work will be frustrated,
It'd be kind of fun
and
if
they
it
will
was just
achieve
one.
few desired
gosh.
effects.
Jesus, take
Indeed,
the wheel. We're in the goddamn
whatever
hell to drive
exists
it.
and is
Just
possible
speed it.
in
Watch
these
the
more
speed.
inferiors,
Keep right.
natural
and then
virtues
exit
happen
right.
and are ruled by number, weight, and measure.
Exit right.
So what are we talking about when we're talking about math? What does Agrippa mean by this? The field of study that mathematics includes is vast, but not everything that is considered a part of mathematics in the 21st century had been discovered or invented in Agrippa's time. To Agrippa and his contemporaries, mathematics would have consisted of what Agrippa calls the middle sciences, which means
Keep right.
arithmetic,
And then turn
music,
right.
geometry, optics, astronomy, proportions, weights and measures, and
Turn right.
mechanical arts. Some fields of mathematics were also incredibly important
One
areas of
over
education
here.
during the Renaissance. They were represented as part of the quadrivium of the liberal arts and sciences, and these included arithmetic, or the study of number, geometry, the study of number in space, music, which was the study of number in time, and finally, and most
Rerouting.
loftily, astronomy, the study of number in time and space. The liberal arts and sciences had been a standard part of an education since late antiquity, which means that by the 16th century, there had been about 1,500 years of study. In all that time, what had we discovered about numbers? Like, for example, what the hell is a number? Do they even
And
exist?
we're off.
Finding a new route.
You might be thinking that these are stupid questions. But why are they so important? Why does my crazy crystal-loving aunt keep posting about 1111 to her Facebook page? So, what is a number? Eric Purdue is a traditional astrologer whose translation of occult philosophy was published by Inner Traditions in 2021. If you've been listening to this series already, you know who he is. I asked him about the nature of number and why Agrippa thought that this was so important.
So basically, the number is the foundation for reality to Agrippa. That is the way that astrology works from number. Alphabets are based on mathematical ratios and things like that. There's liturgical numbers for different spirits and planets, things like that. So it's the underlying framework, and the math itself can also describe, certain parts of reality, even pre-modern and Pythagorean, type of mathematics.
Going over here.
But I think to Agrippa the most important thing was the astrology, because the astrology is math, basically. One of the questions that came to mind was, he makes a throwaway statement that numbers are formal. In the JF translation, he says formal, which is a correct translation. But if you say the word formal, it kind of, I don't know, brings to mind a tuxedo
And
or something.
then turn left.
What they mean is that numbers are part of the realm of the Platonic forms.
Turn left.
A number is a concept that we use to count, measure, and calculate. Numbers are all represented by both words and symbols, but they also seem to have some kind of an existence sometimes. I mean, you can talk about one horse, and you can point to one horse, and you can even speak German to one horse. But can you point to one? Can you point to 2 or 3? All of these numbers are really powerful shared concepts, and they pretty much have to exist in some sense for the modern world to work. But they aren't real, at least not in the same sense that physical things are real. So I went to another one of my smart friends and talked to Andrew B. Watt to explain how medieval and Renaissance thinkers considered numbers and why it is so important to understanding magic.
We today tend to think about numbers as abstract categories that arose at some point in the development of human beings from apes, whereby we realized that there's this thing called one apple, and then we can have 2 apples from the same tree, and then if we go over to this other tree, we can find 4, 5, 6, and now we have 6 apples, and yet we don't have the concept of 6 separate from apples until someday somebody realizes, oh my gosh, it's possible to count things, or more specifically, it's possible to count without counting things, right? You don't have to do the count from the Sesame Street thing, who, by the way, is my favorite vampire. It is possible to count without counting things. It's possible to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 without having any one specific thing in mind. We don't necessarily have to be counting pairs of scissors or pens or dice. We can just have numbers separately from the thing itself. But for ancient and medieval authors, it's important to understand, for anybody who's a practitioner, I think, regardless of tradition, that ancient and medieval writers appear to have had a sense of number as something that was separate from the physical world, right? Modern cognitive scientists are going to say, oh, well, numbers arose as a gradual abstraction in consciousness, and we learned how to think about number second, after we developed the idea of thinking about number of things, or of people, or of places. but for medieval and classical and even ancient authors, number is a pre-existing category either created by God or by the gods. And because numbers are real things that are non-physical and non-substantial, they have shadows in the physical realm. So that when you see an apple in a Platonic sense, you are seeing a shadow of an apple. Somewhere there is a perfect apple tree, and you're seeing a shadow of that apple. And you are also seeing the shadow of the number 6. It's the intersection of these two shadows that causes this pile of 6 apples to come into being. But the number 6 exists as an independent concept, and that concept of 6 was created by the gods. So that means that a good chunk of Agrippa is taken up with lists of other things that are shadows of numbers. There's light and dark in twos. There are 4 elements in the list of 4 possibilities. There are also 4 evangelists. There are 12 apostles, for example. But there are also 12 tribes of Israel, and there are 12 zodiac signs. And the idea here is that numbers in our world are shadows of numbers from their world, from the divine world. That's a very difficult thing, I think, for modern people to understand, that it's not some sort of cognitive process that's happening in our brain, but that it is a memorial process in our brains, or a perceptive process in our brains that is apprehending or understanding the divine world.
Okay, we're going to talk about the Pythagoreans a lot in this episode, and I might mispronounce that word every once in a while, so just bear with me. I will try to catch myself. Anyhow, in Book 2, Chapter 21, Agrippa quotes heavily from the Numidian Neoplatonist Martianus Capella when he talks about the sacred numbers of the Pythagoreans. It's interesting to note how the numerical correspondences in this chapter don't really always agree with the numerical correspondences that we will see later in chapter 22. Those correspondences are ones that you're probably more familiar with. In chapter 21, Agrippa starts at the number 1, which he compares to the monad at the beginning, the parent of the numbers, and he says that this is associated with both the sun and Jupiter. Number 2 is associated with the world soul, and so belongs to the moon, but it also points to the 2 infortunes, Saturn and Mars. Number 3 points to the 3 fortunes, Jupiter, the sun, and Venus. Number 4 belongs to the sun. Number 5 is the sum of the first even and the first uneven number, so Agrippa assigns it to Mercury and the celestial world. Number 6, being a product of the first even and first uneven, is associated with birth and marriage and thus belongs to Venus. Number 7, Agrippa says, is a quiet number and nothing is born of it, so it belongs to Saturn. But then number 8, sacred to justice, belongs to Jupiter. However, also, births in the 8th month do not live, which means 8 goes to Saturn. Number 9 goes to both the moon and Mars. 10, the circular number, the number of the tetractys, which Pythagoras really loved, reduces down to the monad, so it again belongs to the sun. And then 11 belongs to the moon because it is semicircular. I didn't really get that one. But you can see here that the way that the numbers are assigned to the different planets is really, really different than anything else that we see in Agrippa's work. This emphasis on a numerical universe, governed by seemingly arbitrary numbers, might seem preposterous at first. But if we stop to examine our culture's approach to math and reality, we might find cause to think differently. Maybe Agrippa wasn't so crazy. As Robin Waterfield wrote in the introduction to his translation of The Theology of Arithmetic, in passing, It should be noted that the idea that the laws which govern the universe are numerical is not in itself at all simple. It is not just that we are happy with formulae such as E equals mc squared. These are perhaps different in that they are supported by scientific proof. More significant is the fact that we are happy to accept more mysterious mathematical phenomena, like the Fibonacci series of natural growth, or Bode's law of the distances between planets, and a host of other series and constants. Do we, I wonder, have the right to praise these as scientific, but condemn the Pythagoreans as irrational?
Okay, so why is all of this number stuff so important to magic and occult philosophy? Well, occult philosophy presents a cosmos that is a weird Renaissance mixture of Platonism and Aristotelianism. In this cosmos, ideas have more reality than the physical world, and every number is an idea, a real idea. This means that although you cannot necessarily point to the number 7, it exists.
Good, because I was gonna go
its
anyway.
sevenness is an essential part of the structure of creation. In fact, every number has this same essential nature to it. This is part of the so-called doctrine of the essentiality of number. Number is a part of the fabric of reality. Every number is a form, an idea, that helps shape what is right, true, and perceivable.
Caution!
But even more than
Watch your
that,
speed.
as an idea, each number passes along some shadow of itself to those things in the material world that represent it. Every carton of a dozen eggs partakes of the same nature of 12ness as the 12 signs of the zodiac. A four-leaf clover partakes of the same fourness as the magic square of Jupiter. There is a quality of likeness and sameness that ties things of the same
I'm gonna go
together.
the wrong way up
In a sense, this doctrine of
on-ramp.
sameness between the numbers of different things in the material world is very much akin to the correspondences you read in Book 1 of Occult Philosophy. The difference is that number is quantifiable. You can easily count the number of eggs in a carton, while it might be more difficult to determine if the nature of a marmot is more mercurial or solar. Here's Andrew again speaking about number and correspondences.
The sun's number is 6. We find that association in Kabbalah, that Tifereth is associated with the sun, and that both the sun and Tifereth are associated with the number 6.
Well,
and
where
so
the fuck
it was
was
very
it that you wanted
easy
me to go?
for Agrippa and his colleagues to go around looking at plants and saying, okay, this one frequently comes out with sets of 6 leaves, therefore it's a solar plant. If it also has yellow flowers, that's 2 testimonies that this is a solar plant. If it also follows the sun,
but we'll
that's
figure
3
it out.
testimonies that it is a solar plant. If you look at its flowers and it not only has 6 leaves, but they sort of form 2 triangles overlapping with one another, and they thus form a 6-pointed star, a hexagram. Obviously, it's a solar plant. And they're looking for signs and signatures of these kinds of things in order to be able to identify what planet a particular thing belongs to, what numbers are associated with it. They're also looking at when during the year it blooms, because, you know, if it happens to bloom in June, particularly in late June, it's very likely to be a solar plant because it's coming out into the world just at around the summer solstice, like St. John's wort. They're looking for evidence of how to categorize these plants based on number and based on color, and sort of framing everything in a scientific way, they're using different categories of analysis than what we would think of as the norm today.
In a minute, we'll see that every planet has a different number associated with it than we saw before.
Okay.
These
let's try
numbers
this again.
might actually make a little more sense in a mathematical sort of way, and are part of an internally consistent system. Book 2, Chapter 22 might be my favorite portion of the 3 books of occult philosophy. It's been important to me for a long time,
I feel like I've spent more time copying planetary sigils, magic squares, and spirit names out of this chapter than I've spent with the rest of the book combined. We will be exploring the planetary spirits seals
Perfect.
in the future episode. Right now, we're focusing on the math.
Perfect.
So let's look at the most fun and interesting math in occult philosophy. The magic squares. What is a magic square? I will let Andrew Watt explain.
So a magic square, also called a kamea, is a square that's been divided into a grid inside. And each box within that grid has a number, and the numbers inside the whole square are equal to the numbers of boxes that there are. So a kamea, or magic square, that is 4 by 4 is going to have the numbers 1 through 16 in it. And all of the magic squares, the perfect magic squares as they're called, have unusual characteristics.
In any given square, each row and each column adds up to the same sum. Each diagonal adds up to that same sum as well. The 4 by 4 magic square for Jupiter is probably the most remarkable because each block of 4 squares also adds up to the same sum. And if you add up the numbers in the 4 corner boxes, they also add up to the same sum.
The most famous one, and the one that originally appears, I think, in Chinese sources, but is also known in Hebrew, Arabic, and Greek and Egyptian sources from very early, is the magic square of Jupiter. The earliest one is the 3 by 3 grid, but the magic square of Jupiter is the next one up, which is 4 by 4. It contains the numbers 1 through 16. Creating new magic squares in Agrippa's day was a little bit of a sort of recreational mathematics that you could do on a scrap of paper. There is a process and a trick to it, which I think is described in one of the appendices to the Donald Tyson edition of the 3 books of occult philosophy. It is easier to do with a square that has an odd number of squares in it, like the kamea of Mars, and they also get much, much easier above 10 or even 11. And the reason for that is that there's often only one solution if the grid is only 10 by 10 or less. There's really only one solution to the 3 by 3 grid, and you can't solve one at all for the 2 by 2 grid because you have the numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4, and somewhere in there you're going to have 3 and 2 is equal to 5, or you're going to have 4 and 1, which is equal to 5, but you're also going to have 3 and 4, and that's equal to 7. So that doesn't work. We can use kamea as tools for cryptography, as tools for making sigils in magic. There's actually an emblem and a sigil that is associated both with each planet and with the intelligence of each planet, that is to say, the good spirit, and also the spirit of each planet, which is sort of the wrathful spirit or the evil spirit of each planet. And as some people probably know who are listening to this, any magic square that is more than 5 by 5 can be used as an encipherment tool or as a code-making tool.
The size of a magic square, or the number of boxes along each side, is called its order. For example, the moon uses an order 9 magic square. The constant repeating sum in a magic square is called the magic constant. The magic constant can be calculated for any square just using its order. The magic constant is equal to the order times the order squared plus 1, all divided by 2. You can find a link to the Wikipedia page for magic squares in the show notes that contains this formula. The magic constants for each of the planetary squares are: Saturn, with an order 3 square, has a magic constant of 15. Jupiter, with an order 4 square, has a magic constant of 34. Mars is order 5 with a magic constant of 65. The Sun is order 6 with a magic constant of 111. Venus is order 7 with a magic constant of 136. 275. And Mercury is order 8, with a magic constant of 260. Finally, Moon, with its 9 by 9 square, has a magic constant of 369. As Andrew said earlier, these magic squares can be used to draw sigils, power talismans, and communicate with planetary spirits. They also contain many mathematical secrets that make them worth every magician's study and contemplation. Andrew has kindly provided files of the various planetary magic squares for you to download and print and use in your practice. You can find links to those in the show notes. The last mathematical topic we're going to discuss is one that most students of the occult probably think of when someone brings up math and magic: sacred geometry. Now, occult philosophy doesn't spend as much time on sacred geometry as you might hope, but Book 2, Chapter 23 has some really amazing bits about it. Agrippa discusses how the power of geometric figures has to do with the numbers used to construct them, as well as the proportions of their lines and angles, and the manner in which they are constructed. In fact, Agrippa particularly focuses on proportion when he says, "When we inscribe geometric figures on paper, vellum, or images, they do not act unless by the virtue that more sublime figures acquired by a certain love which comes from a natural aptitude for a similar agreement, inasmuch as they are precisely configured to these." Breaking this passage down, we can see that Agrippa says that properly configured proportions attract virtues
I feel like I was
to
just
geometric
here.
figures
Like I
through
just
occult or divine love,
drove this
which
road.
acts as a binding force. I asked Andrew Watt to say a few words about sacred geometry, and here's what he had to say.
That's sort of the idea of sacred geometry, that this proportion and other proportions are harmonious and beautiful to the human eye and create a better human experience for ordinary people, and they do magic. You know, in our earlier episode, I ended with the idea that magicians are artists. They're people who keep the divine in mind, but also use science and reason and the natural properties of ordinary materials in order to create things and experiences that lift the soul out of what it means to be just made of mud and into the realm of the divine. That's kind of my working definition of magic. And there's something about using mathematics, both number theory and geometry, that makes our work more elegant and more excellent still. And I think it's because we're tapping in to the shadows of the numbers and the shadows of the figures, the shadows of the shapes that are defined by geometry.
Once we know what we are looking for, this sort of reliance on proportion, line, and angle shows up everywhere in different magical systems. It turns out that among the different forms of mathematics used in magic, sacred geometry is probably the most accessible and useful for everyday magic. Andrew explains how.
So I think that there's a couple of different ways that you could use this as a magician. The first of them is that you can look at, say, the Solomonic grimoires, and you can look at the standard seals. I think there's 6 or 7 seals for each of the planets in the Solomonic tradition. Nearly all of them are based on geometric patterns. The only way to draw these things precisely is to know their underlying geometry. It is really, really cool, and I've done this, where you take out, you hear the complaint of somebody else who's in the store, and you realize, oh, they need something resembling a Solomonic pentacle, and you reach into your bag and you draw one right then and there, because you happen to have your ruler and compass with you, and you can do that. So one, it means treating the ruler and compass as magical tools. And it doesn't even have to be a ruler. It can just be a straight edge, and that works plenty well. But in order for you to do magic with ruler and compass, you have to know enough geometric processes. it's really nice to be able to draw a pentagon and then, draw your pentagram right inside the pentagon and know that the points of your pentagon and the points of your pentagram are now actually accurate. There's something fun about being able to do that.
Before we wrap this episode up, we have to talk about the last paragraph of chapter 23. Agrippa concludes this chapter by confirming that, yes, many wonderful things can be done with sacred geometry. But then he drops a bombshell that goes completely unexplained when he says, I have learned how to make these wonderful things and mirrors in which one can see whatever they wish from a long distance. Thanks, Agrippa. That sounds cool. Want to tell us how? Finally, we can wrap up the dreaded mathematics episode. Now, I hope that even if you came into this episode dreading what you would have to learn about math and occult philosophy, you have come away with more of an understanding of why Agrippa considered math and number so important. Also, we talked about magic squares and sacred geometry. This wasn't even the hard math, it was the fun math. No matter how important you might think that math is to your practice, you may have also realized that you're already using it, and maybe not even thinking about it that way. I hope that now, when a number crops up in your next ritual, or when your OTO buddy starts babbling about gematria, maybe you'll stop and pay a little more attention. Many thanks to my friend Andrew B. Watt for his help with this episode. He insisted that I interview him twice, and I did. The opening was an excerpt from Johannes Kepler's Dioptrics containing the original account of Galileo's astronomical discoveries, translated by Edward Stafford Carlos. As always, for a full list of credits, please see the show notes. This series of episodes about occult philosophy will most likely last until summer. My Patreon supporters will be receiving each episode a week before the rest of the world, along with bonus materials such as full interviews, a glimpse at works in progress, a glimpse at things behind the scenes, and the opportunity to suggest further topics for this Agrippa deep dive. Speaking of this deep dive, I was just pondering the other day that this isn't really a deep dive into every part of occult philosophy, because that would take years. There is stuff on every single page. It would take decades to do a deep dive into every part of occult philosophy. This is more like a deep dive into specific choice topics in the book. So you, dear listener, can get a taste for what Agrippa's world and views on magic are like. Hopefully, these little tiny deep dives will facilitate a long and fruitful relationship between you and this marvelous magical work. If you enjoy these episodes and want to help support their development and production, you can help out by sharing this podcast with a friend. Let your weird wizard buddies and witch pals know that we are on this journey and invite them to join us. In fact, challenge them to listen to the episode about mathematics. And if you want to contribute monetarily, you can go to arnemancy.com/support and find a number of options. So until next time, keep reading books, keep being weird, and keep doing your math homework. I mean magic. Keep doing magic. This has been another episode of the Arnemancy Podcast. Thank you for joining me. I have been your host, Reverend Derek. You can find Arnemancy online at arnemancy.com, and you can subscribe to this podcast anywhere podcasts are found. If you like what you hear, please consider supporting the Arnemancy Project for as little as $1 a month at patreon.com/Arnemancy.
And I'm really excited to announce my new store, Sword and Scythe, where I will be offering magical art, materia, and services beneath Mars and Saturn. You can visit the store at swordandscythe.com and be sure to sign up for the email list to receive early access to new releases.
lakes and groves. And ye that on the sands with printless foot do chase the ebbing Neptune, and do fly him when he comes back, you dim-eyed puppets that by moonshine do the green sour ringlets make, whereof the ewe not bites, and you whose pastime is to make midnight mushrooms that rejoice to hear the solemn curfew, by whose aid, weak masters though you be, I have bedemmed the noontide sun, called forth the mutinous winds, and twixt the green sea and the azured vaults that roaring war. To the dread rattling thunder have I given fire, and rifted Jove's stout oak with his own bolt. The strong-based promontory have I made shake, and by the spurs plucked up the pine and cedar. Graves at my command have waked their sleepers, oft and let 'em forth, by my so potent art. But this rough magic I here abjure. And when I have required some heavenly music, which even now I do, to work mine in on their senses that this airy charm is for, I'll break my staff, bury it certain fathoms in the earth, and deeper than did ever plummet sound, I'll drown my book.
Speak the charm of nature.
There will come a time on the planet Earth when science and technology will be long forgotten. When wizards will lose their world.
This is the Arnemancy Podcast. The world is weirder than we know. Join your host, Reverend Eric, and his diverse array of amazing guests in an exploration of tarot, magic, the occult, and the history of Western esotericism. The Arnemancy Podcast exists thanks to the support of generous listeners like you. Please consider supporting this podcast for as little as $1 a month at patreon.com/Arnemancy. Greetings, listeners, and welcome to part 6. Yes, we're already at part 6 of this podcast's deep dive into Heinrich Cornelius's amazing work, 3 Books of Occult Philosophy. I am your host and guide, Reverend Eric. If you are joining us for the first time and would like to catch up on earlier episodes of the series, you can find them on the podcast's website at arnemancy.com/Agrippa. At this point in our exploration, we have developed a strong idea of Agrippa's world and of some of the basic premises of occult philosophy. We have looked at history, the nature of light and the cosmos, and the mathematical underpinnings of Renaissance magic. Now it is finally time to explore one of the strangest and most exciting elements in occult philosophy: spirits. Discussion of spirits occurs throughout this enormous work, but if you want some reading to get into before listening to this episode, first, reread Book 2, Chapter 22, which was also heavily featured in our Math and Magic episode. And then read Book 2, Chapters 55 through 57. However, if you really want to get deep into it, just realize that there is talk about spirits throughout all 3 books of occult philosophy, and we will be bouncing around a little bit. So what is a spirit? Daemons, daimones, angels, demons, and intelligences. These are all words that describe spirits. Sometimes they are various categories of spirits. Other times they are a word for spirit in another language. And from time to time, even various gods are referred to as spirits. You will hear all of these words used throughout these episodes, so let's start by examining what exactly a spirit is.
Keep right, and then turn right.
There are many different ideas about what they might be, but in Agrippa's time, these spirits were seen as part of the fabric of creation. The magician, hoping to make use of Agrippa's style of magic, would benefit from looking at spirits in this manner. Josh Proto is an astrological magician who has created over 100 astrological talismans, according to traditional sources like the Picatrix and 3 books of occult philosophy. I asked him if this was the best way to approach the planetary spirits, according to Agrippa.
it's not that cut and dry. There's a lot of explanation of, how is the universe orchestrated? How is it ordered? And then there are different arbiters of fate. There are different different beings that are in charge of, connecting the material to the divine in these areas. And one of them are the intelligences that command the planets, the intelligences that are their principals. And so trying to internalize this philosophy and apply it in practice, and using these internalized philosophies to guide how I approach ritual is, I would say, the main use. So the main use is the philosophy within the 3 books of occult philosophy, which is, I think, a hard thing to necessarily suggest to someone to do, because it involves it's not just a recipe. It's not just like making cookies. Like, it has to change something inside of you, and that has to be reflected in one's work.
In his recent book, Holy Daimon, Frater Acker writes about how the Chaldeans viewed spirits. According to the Chaldeans, each spirit exists in its own right. Furthermore, in their animistic worldview, a distinct spirit existed for every element of creation, every plant, stone, and mineral, every animal or artifact created by humans. Everything that existed came with a spirit attached. Now, this variety of animism has become increasingly familiar to modern occultists, but it can still be difficult to wrap our heads around. However, as modern magicians and practitioners have spent more and more time rediscovering occult philosophy and the Western occult relationship with spirits over the past few decades, there have been many attempts to try to reconcile animism with the post-Enlightenment world. My Life with the Spirits by Lon Milo Duquette is a classic of modern occult literature. As a magician's memoir, it is a strange trip through Duquette's discovery of magic, mysticism, and mystery in the late 20th century. Duquette encounters spirits as a sort of living symbol in the imaginal realm and describes them like this. Symbols on the magical plane are alive, and living things are generally symbols of something. When I see an angel or a magical beast in a dream or vision or scrying session, it is usually a symbolic encounter with a concept concerning a personal or magical issue that is too complex to be expressed or understood through any other medium. When Agrippa discusses the nature of spirits, he visits another favorite source, the Corpus Hermeticum. In Book 2, Chapter 56, he starts off by saying that the world, heaven, stars, and elements all have souls and spirits. He ends that particular chapter by quoting from Book 12 of the Corpus Hermeticum, in which Hermes Trismegistus is explaining the pervasive nature of a living intelligence throughout the cosmos. In Clement Salomon's translation, the verse goes like this: "Then know, my son, that without exception, everything in the cosmos that is moving, whether decreasing or increasing, and that which moves is alive. Every living thing is imbued with a type of intelligence or spirit, but both Agrippa's reasoning and the Corpus Hermeticum state that even the moving heavenly bodies, such as the planets, contain some kind of spirit or soul. Magicians claim to be able to contact these spirits, but how? Back in Book 1, Chapter 45, occult philosophy discusses how sight is the perfect sense for interacting with the spiritual imagination. You will recall from our previous episode on divine light and the senses that sight is considered the most pure of senses, and therefore the best able to fasten our perception to higher things. Agrippa discusses the use of magical collyries or collyriums, which are ointments applied to the eyes. These collyriums give the ability to see hidden spirits, terrible images, and shadowy demons of the air. He gives 2 recipes for spirit vision collyriums. The first contains the gall of a man, the eyes of a black cat, and, in quotes, certain other things. The second contains the blood of a hoopoe, which is a colorful bird found in Africa and Eurasia, the blood of a bat, and the blood of a male goat. Now, I'm not a medical professional, but I really do not think it is a good idea to rub either of these weird mixtures on your eyes. It sounds to me like a poor way to see the shadowy demons of the air and an excellent way to get pink eye. Luckily, Agrippa also gives a very easy recipe for a scrying mirror. He writes, if you take a steel mirror with the juice of mugwort and fumigate, it makes it possible to see hidden spirits. I'm sure you'll also recall the mirror-related bombshell that Agrippa left us at the end of Book 2, Chapter 23, that I mentioned last episode. Here, he wrote, but those who learn about the power of these figures and bodies can work many wonderful things in natural and geometrical magic. Indeed, especially in mirrors.
Exit right.
I have learned how to make these wonderful things and mirrors in which one can see whatever they wish from a long distance. Aside from these brief discussions of questionable collyriums and magic mirrors, there are no explicit instructions for contacting spirits to be found in occult philosophy. If you are interested in learning how to make contact with spirits, however, this is a technique usually referred to as scrying. There are a few other places, some excellent books where you can look. The first is Drawing Spirits into Crystals, supposedly written by Johannes Trithemius. The second is the fourth book of occult philosophy, which is probably not actually written by Agrippa. And the most modern source is Seven Spheres by Rufus Opus. I will include links to all of these resources in the show notes. Drawing spirits into crystals in particular has become increasingly popular these days, and my good friend Sam Block, who runs the Digital Ambler, has an amazing series of blog posts talking about adapting drawing spirits into crystals into modern work. So I'll also include a link to that. Okay, let's talk about planetary spirits now. A lot of the magic in occult philosophy deals with planetary spirits, so they really deserve a good close look. Occult philosophy presents us with many, many different names for these spirits. The first set we are given are the archangels associated with the planets. In Book 2, Chapter 10, called Of Seven and Its Scale. If you've been around ceremonial magic for long, these names are going to be familiar to you. Saturn is associated with the archangel Tzafkiel, Jupiter with Zadkiel, Mars with Kamael, the Sun with Raphael, Venus with Haniel, Mercury with Michael, and the Moon with Gabriel. However, there are many, many more names and spirits associated with the planets. In fact, in Book 2, Chapter 58, Agrippa acknowledges this. He writes, I guess I just said this, there are very many and diverse names for celestial souls according to the various powers and virtues in these inferiors, from which many various names are assigned, which the ancients used in their hymns and invocations. There is a great list of names in that chapter and chapter 59, but for this episode, we are going to go back to the list in chapter 22. We spent a lot of time talking about chapter 22 in the last episode on math and magic, but we didn't get into the part that so many talisman makers and planetary magicians find the most interesting: planetary spirit names. In this chapter, each planet is assigned a spirit and an intelligence. Agrippa instructs us that the intelligence is for good and the spirit is for evil, but he doesn't really explain what that means. My feeling on this is that good in this sense is theurgic magic, or magic that seeks to ascend and grow the spirit or reach back towards the source, while the evil side would be for thaumaturgic operations or wonder working in the world. The names of these spirits for the first 6 planets. Saturn has the spirit Zazel and the intelligence Agiel. Jupiter has the spirit Hismael and the intelligence Yophiel. Mars is Bartzabel and Graphiel. The Sun has Sorat and Nachiel. Venus has Kedemel Hagia. Mercury
Get ready
has
to turn right.
Taf Tartarat and Tyrio. The moon has a different sort of setup.
Turn right.
It does have a spirit named Hasmodai, and it has a spirit of spirits named Shed Bar Shehemot Shartatan, and an intelligence of intelligences, Malka Betashtim Ad Beruach Shechakim. This is sort of an interesting set of attributions for the moon. As we will probably learn later, the moon ends up being kind of like the gateway for communication with the spirit world. So both the intelligence of intelligences and the spirit of spirits might be tools for contacting higher intelligences and higher spirits. So in the pages following, we see the magic squares for each of the planets, along with the sigils or seals or characters for each of the planets, their intelligences,
Oh, Jesus,
and
take
their
the wheel.
spirits.
Where in the goddamn hell you
Many
driving?
of these seals
You're
are
speeding.
actually
Watch your
made
speed.
using the planetary squares, showing possibly the most significant way for sigils of planetary spirits to be created. Now at last, we come to the collection of planetary spirits that has been of most interest to me for a long time. The planetary intelligences. Now I listed them earlier, and we can find them plainly laid out in Book 2, Chapter 22, along with all of the other planetary
Go
spirits.
straight on. That's right.
When I first encountered occult philosophy 2 decades ago, I was struck by the name planetary intelligence. What is an intelligence in this context?
Watch your speed.
What are the planetary intelligences? And where do they come from? Agrippa uses the word intelligence in ways where it seems like there might be a consistent
Go straight on.
definition. So
That's
he
right.
does give us a few clues. First of all, in Book 1, Chapter 13, he says, "Indeed, God is the primary beginning and end of all virtues. His attendants, the intelligences, administer the seal of the ideas, who, as faithful executors, seal each thing they believe to be an ideal virtue."
Keep
Book
left.
2 gives us
And
a
then
few more
turn left.
clues. In Chapter 6, Agrippa indicates that the intelligences exist in the intellectual world, which is higher than the celestial world. Does this
Turn
mean that the intelligences are planetary spirits above the planetary spheres? In that chapter, Agrippa writes, "Through 3 cubes or solids are distributed 3 things producing 9. That is, the super-celestial ordered into 9 intelligences, the celestial into 9 orbs, the inferiors into 9 kinds of generables and corruptibles. And also, in the intelligences, there are 3 hierarchies of angelic spirits."
Turn
This
right.
placement of intelligences above the
This
other
is where
types
it
of
ends,
spirits
sugar.
is backed up in Chapter 8 of 5 and its scale, where in the table you can see spirits of the second hierarchy called intelligences, and they are ranked above angels and below gods. If we skip ahead to Book 3, we find even more clues. First, there are intelligences listed for the 10 Sephirot of the Kabbalistic Tree of Life. Some of the names given in this list are familiar to those who have studied the lists of archangels assigned to the Sephirot, but this doesn't do much to clear up the issue. And then finally, in Book 3, Chapter 16, occult philosophy provides what may be the clearest definition of intelligences when Agrippa writes, "An intelligence is an intelligible substance that is entirely free from the dense and putrefying
So we gotta
mass
try
of a
again.
body. Immortal,
Oh my
insensible,
god.
defending everything. This is the nature
Squeeze
of
through
all
here, 'cause
intelligences, spirits,
can't fucking back
and
up.
daemons." Agrippa also explains that celestial intelligences preside over the heavens, but remain close, receiving the divine light from the super celestial intelligences that live around the one God. Untangling all of this remains a head scratcher for me. So I turn to Josh Proto again to get some answers. What are the planetary intelligences and where did they come from?
There is a book by Trithemius, which was translated and published by William Lilly in 1647. And Trithemius, I think, wrote De Septem Secundae in 1508.
Let's try this again.
And, you know, I think it's dedicated to Emperor Maximilian. And he says, Renowned Caesar, it is the opinion of very many of the ancients that the inferious world, by ordination of the first intellect, which is referring to God in this way, is directed and ordered by secundane intelligences, to which opinion assents, saying that they are the original or the first beginnings of the heavens of the earth. There were 7 spirits appointed as presidents to the 7 planets. So there is this idea that there are intelligences that are the presidents of the 7 planets, overseeing them. And if you look further back, there is I think you could refer to him as a theologian. Sulo Dionysius wrote a series of philosophical treatises, and I think there's some debate about when they were originally published, but some people will say around like 430 current era. And there's one like literally called, I think, Celestial Hierarchy or On the Celestial Hierarchy. And that's where he gives this metaphor of
I'm not good with those trailers.
one can think of the celestial world is ordered like a ladder. At the very top, there is the divinity, God, and at the very bottom, there is matter. And we will refer to angels as sort of like the lowest rung of the spirits on this ladder. There's this chain of order. This is echoed again in sort of Elizabethan England, like this idea of the golden chain. Insert favorite alchemical as above, so below, and there's giving you some dance steps of why this exists. And so this cosmology is something that it seems that Agrippa is remembering or even referencing to in his work, or he is sort of taking it for granted that the reader here would also be very, very well read or exposed to this cosmology that Pseudo Dionysius is writing very extensively about.
So perhaps the planetary intelligence.
Pause that. Oh. It wasn't showing that whole time? The fuck? I didn't know it wasn't showing. Oh fuck. Oh well. Anyway, yeah. I'll be back in just a minute. I gotta let the dog out and yeah. Get some snacks. welcome back. Hop right back into it. Click here. You don't have a truck to drive. Oh, I already delivered. That's right, because I had to go around and I hit some cars and hey, baby. Yeah. Okay, so we went up to here somewhere or something. Let's see here. My squiggly yellow line goes up to here. I'm gonna go over to Montana. Is this one? It's like right over through there. Sure. Okay. I hope while I was gone, everyone who was watching went and followed Goddess and Zip. Because they're both awesome.
Ready to rock and roll. Turn right. Turn left.
God damn it, I have another fucking highway train. Hey, just run the stop sign, it's fine.
Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right.
Let's go jump a bit here.
Keep right, and then exit right. Exit right. Keep right, and then, you know it, continue straight on. Go straight on. That's right.
Perfect. Oh. have a cookie here. No, guess not.
Keep left, and then turn left. Turn left.
As soon as I dunk the cookie. No, I didn't. Oh. Sir revs a lot. Oh. I need the aisle. Well, if you go to sdq.st/l-c, then you can click on gaming, then you can click on Steam, then you can give me the aisle.
Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
Okie dokie. I also get paid in a couple weeks. I thought I got paid next week, but I don't. So, but it's fine. I get paid the week after. I was just betting everything on getting paid next week. But I forgot that there's another week there. So I get paid monthly, which is quite nice from a fiscal standpoint because I don't have the complexities that comes along with a fortnightly pay schedule, but 40. That's no fun.
Oh Lord, watch your speed! Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
It's a dinosaur game. Oh yeah, I think I saw you playing it. Where you like play as the dinosaur. Yeah. Just beat the train. Oh no. That's not good. Cops lucky pedestrians in this game are invulnerable. It would just fuck up my truck if I hit them. Actually, I wonder if there's a mod that changes that. Yes, I'm looking right now. There's nothing with pedestrians. Marks. Variable message signboards? That's not what I was looking for, but that sounds interesting. Electronic signage. And any economy mods. Okay. Yes, I want this one. What was I looking for? Oh. I don't know. Anyway, next driver. Rev Twerk Stream 1. Okay, one of these days. One of these days. One of these days. When I get to 69 followers, I will twerk. I will throw it back. Like a white girl drunk at a party. Like a drunk white girl at a party. There we go.
Keep right.
Where's the way station? Over here?
Okay, let's find a new route. Well, get ready to turn
I
left.
don't think that's what I was supposed to do, but hey, it works. Oh, it was.
Turn left. I feel like I'm driving in the devil's chariot. Watch your speed. Go straight
It
on.
is not
That's right.
fucking 15. Yeah, fuck that stop sign. I mean, there's nothing anyway. It may as well be a yield sign. Actually, I wonder if there's a mod for that. American Truck Simulator, Workshop. Ooh, real world signs and logos. Yes, please. Okay, yet again, I did not find what I was looking for. But I did find a different mod, so it's fine. Sir Torx the Third. I haven't even twerked once. Well, except at prom that one time. One second. Okay. Okay. I'll just pull this to me. There we go. So I'm still in frame. And get back on the road. I need to go straight. Woo! Yep. That's how that works.
I keep left there.
Oh no, I don't need to. Oh boy. Oh, I forgot to continue the
I keep left there.
podcast.
Witnesses date back to the writings of Pseudo Dionysius, but they are still mentioned rarely in other works. However, after their publication in Occult Philosophy, they did not remain unknown. In Sloane Manuscript 3821, written sometime after 1570, we find rituals for the conjuration of the planetary intelligences using the same names and seals given by Agrippa. Josh has put together a group of planetary magicians to explore these conjurations and make contact with the planetary intelligences using astrological and elections and invocations intended to make the spirit immediately forthwith appear visibly here before us in this crystal stone or glass receptacle, according to that manuscript. Though the group's ambitious project of conjuring and working with each of the planetary intelligences is not yet complete, they have already begun discovering something interesting about this different class of planetary spirits.
It's very clear that the experiences that are going on in our group are very unique to the kinds of entities that we're trying to petition. They're very different. It's unexpected, the relationships that we're having. Unexpected, the relationships, results, and characteristics that we're experiencing working with these entities, sort of across the board from our expectations or how we would think. I think that it was very clear in the first one that we did. We collectively were working with and conjuring the planetary intelligence of Saturn, and I went through a whole thing of parachute protocols. If stuff hits the fan, like what do we do? Like the greater malefic Saturn. Ghouls and clowns and zombies. These are all things ruled by Saturn. We have to be prepared for anything. And we did the conjuration, and everyone independently had this experience of it's like, hey, planetary intelligence of Saturn seems like a really cool guy. Like, wow, they were really open and interested to talk to you and giving advice and giving wisdom, and wasn't very harsh. People didn't feel freaked out or creepy. There's no secret health problems developing in anyone. It was very much contrary to the expectations. That was very, very surprising.
I just want to go.
What has Josh and his group discovered about the nature of these planetary intelligences?
Yeah, and then I'd shopped this experience around with some of my other friends and colleagues, and someone gave me a piece of advice where it was like, sometimes the planetary intelligences, they're described as super celestial, or they're described as they're the principals of the 7 planets. They're the bosses of the 7 planets. They have to motivate the planetary energies to move the way they're supposed to. So if you try to, from like a individual anthropomorphic human side, communication side, how do you motivate a bunch of sad, creepy, malefic spirits to do certain things?
Oh,
Maybe
gosh.
you have to be a bit more. Maybe you have like an optimistic attitude in order to do that, especially if you're doing it until the end of time. So it's an interesting sort of it's an interesting perspective that I have taken forward as I've
I
conjured
need
some
to
of the other
find
ones and
a
tried to
service
think about it in
center.
that way. They're the bosses in charge. They're the ones that have to motivate and make
Service
sure that
center.
the planetary spirits are acting the right way. So how does that influence the temperament that they have?
All right, thanks for coming along
Over
with me on
here.
this ride where we talk about the planetary spirits and intelligence.
Now you drive safe here.
I know that we haven't really reached a lot of conclusions and come to a lot of final answers,
I just wanted a
but
cookie.
we have opened up a lot of questions, and hopefully this is good material for you to explore in your adventure with a group as a cult philosophy. In our next episode, we will be continuing on this vein a little bit. We will be exploring the astrology of occult philosophy, especially how it relates to planetary magic. Many thanks to Coleman Stevenson of the Dark Exact for her commanding recitation of Prospero from Shakespeare's The Tempest. My thanks also go out to Josh Proto and his group of intrepid celestial explorers, whose work with planetary intelligences will hopefully inform future generations of magicians and practitioners. As always, for a full list of credits, please see the show notes. This series of episodes about occult philosophy will most likely last until summer.
Whoever joined.
My Patreon supporters will be receiving each episode a week before the rest of the world, along with bonus materials such as full interviews, a glimpse at works in progress, and the opportunity to suggest further topics for this Agrippa deep dive. If you enjoy these episodes and want to help support their development, you can help out by sharing this podcast with a friend. Let your weird wizard buddies and witch pals know that we are on this journey, and please invite them to join us. And if you want to contribute monetarily, which I would greatly appreciate, you can always go to arnemancy.com/support and find a number of options. Until next time, my friends, keep reading books, keep being weird, and keep doing magic. This has been another episode of the Arnemancy Podcast. Thank you for joining me. I have been your host, Reverend Eric. You can find Arnemancy online at arnemancy.com, and you can subscribe to this podcast anywhere podcasts are found. If you like what you hear, please consider supporting the Arnemancy Project for as little as $1 a month. Embryo contained by the windy stomach of Boreas, if once will have risen alive to this light. One who can rise above every deed of the heroes with skill, hand, strong body and mind. May it not be a Caesarean section for you, nor aborted without use, not as Agrippa, but born under a good star.
Speak the charm of me, charm of me, charm of me.
There will come a time on the planet Earth when science and technology will be long forgotten. When wizards will rule the world.
This is the Arnemancy Podcast. The world is weirder than we know. Join your host, Reverend Eric, and his diverse array of amazing guests in an exploration of tarot, magic, the occult, and the history of Western esotericism. The Arnemancy Podcast exists thanks to the support of generous listeners like you. Please consider supporting this podcast for as little as $1 a month at patreon.com/Arnemancy. Here we are again. Welcome to part 7 of this podcast's deep dive into Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa's 3 books of occult philosophy. I am your host and guide, Reverend Eric, and if you are joining us for the first time and would like to catch up on early episodes in this series, you can find them on the podcast's website at arnemancy.com/Agrippa. In previous episodes, we have examined both the structure of occult philosophy and the worldview it attempts to explain. We are finally ready to take a closer look at one of the topics that this massive work is best known for: planetary and astrological magic. Okay, this episode will cover a lot of material from across Book 2 of Occult Philosophy. If you are looking for sections to read before listening to this episode, I would suggest starting with Book 2, Chapter 29, and reading through Chapter 50. However, after this episode, I believe you're going to want to spend some serious time studying all of Book 2, especially going back over the parts about planets and spirits from earlier on. So where do we start with planetary magic? Occult philosophy is filled to the brim with important information on this enormous topic. But I think we can find a few places that outline the specifics. In Book 2, Chapter 59, which I realize now is outside the list of chapters that I suggested you read, Agrippa gives us an excellent starting point when he writes, "There are 7 governors of the world. As Hermes said, they are Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, the Sun, Venus, Mercury, and the Moon. And these are called and invoked with various names and epithets." So this is where we will start. Planetary magic involves working with the traditional planets, their energies, paradigms, and spirits. Planetary magic is about creating ritual relationships with these planets that engages all of the senses, using planetary correspondences such as colors, perfumes, stones, symbols. Anyhow, it engages all of the senses to create magical space that is imaginal, creative, and filled with planetary influence. As we will discover, both planetary and astrological magic cover a wide range of practices that occultists of all varieties are likely familiar with. You will find sigils, prayers, petitions, spirits, and hymns. In fact, this type of magic also leans heavily on occult correspondences, as I mentioned earlier, which can include metals, stones, crystals, herbs, foods, incenses, perfumes, and animals. In other words, all of that strange material that was contained in Book 1. Okay, back to Book 2, Chapter 59. Here, occult philosophy goes into many of the names and epithets associated with the 7 governors, or planets. Today, of course, we know these governors by their English names, which are primarily taken from Latin. But Agrippa goes further and pulls from ancient sources, including the Orphic hymns. This inclusion of the Orphic hymns is interesting because of their long status as a cornerstone of planetary magic. In modern occultism, they are frequently recommended as excellent openers for petitions to the various planetary deities, and are often used in daily practices involving the planetary deities. But if you pay close attention to what Agrippa does with his use of the Orphic hymns, you might notice something interesting. The planets are not just associated with the obvious gods after which they are named. Some have surprising associations. For example, the Sun is associated with Kronos, Jupiter, Ares, Helios, and Apollo. Now, Helios and Apollo are not surprising, but Kronos, Jupiter, and Ares, those are surprising. The Moon has a less surprising array of characters, but still it's pretty diverse and includes Hecate, Selene, Artemis, and Persephone. Now, 2 of those, Selene and Artemis, are traditionally associated with the Moon, while the others seem, they're lunar, and we know that now, and their lunar aspects, I guess, are pretty ancient and talked about a lot in something like the Greek magic papyri, but I found that association very fascinating. Gaia Martiana, who runs the excellent Sartrix website, also informed me that this chapter, chapter 59, takes material from Liber Orationum Planetarum Septum, or the Book of Addresses to the Seven Planets. She has a really interesting article on her website that discusses this fascinating work. Make sure you check the show notes for a link. In this episode, we're going to hear from some astrological magicians. And as we hear from them, you're going to hear the Picatrix mentioned over and over again. In fact, with all of the astral mages that I have talked to, the Picatrix, it seems, is far more popular as a source for astrological and planetary magic. I think this is probably because we have multiple recent excellent English translations of the Picatrix. So it's also my hope that Eric Perdue's translation of occult philosophy will encourage more modern magicians to look at Agrippa's work as an important source once more.
All right here in the book.
One of the cornerstones of planetary and astrological magic is working with planetary spirits. In addition to the pagan deities epithets listed in chapter 59, book 2 also has lists of archangels, angels, intelligences, and spirits associated with each of the planets. For example, chapter 22 has the archangel, intelligence, and spirit or daimon of each of the 7 planets, in addition to the intelligence of intelligences of the moon and the daimon of daimons of the moon. To learn more about these names, check out the previous episode in this series, which covers planetary spirits and intelligences. Also, you will find many additional planetary spirits and epithets to consider in chapter 58 of book 2.
I keep left there.
It is also necessary for you to understand another important cornerstone of planetary magic that is still used today. That is the planetary days and hours. We find these also in occult philosophy. They are given a brief but thorough explanation in Book 2, Chapter 34. Planetary hours are really fascinating because they have an unbroken continuity going back possibly to Babylonian astrology, which gives them a lot of power and influence with modern practitioners of this ancient art. So let's talk a little bit about how they're divided. There are basically 24 planetary hours in a day, just as there are 24 modern hours in a day. The daytime hours are taken by dividing the time from sunrise to sunset by 12. And the nighttime hours, of course, sunset to sunrise, divided by 12. These are each associated with the planets in Chaldean order. So, for instance, on Saturday, the day of Saturn, we start with the first planetary hour of Saturn, and then move onward. Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, the Sun, Venus, Mercury, the Moon. Gosh, I hope I got that right because I didn't write it down in my notes. Anyhow, you basically just go through them over and over and over again. And oddly enough, the way the Chaldean order works out, the first planetary hour of each day names the planetary day. So for instance, the first planetary hour of Monday is the Moon. The first planetary hour of Tuesday is Mars. The first planetary hour of Wednesday is Mercury, and so forth. These planetary hours are essential to the sort of timing that is one of the additional core elements of planetary and astrological magic. And this emphasis on precise timing and calculation also brings us to one of the most important parts of Agrippa's magical system: astrology. You thought I was going to say math, didn't you?
I should have
All right,
thrown them
it's
on.
time to talk about the astrology behind the magic.
Oh my god.
Now, it's possible to do effective planetary magic relying on just the planetary hours without getting into astrology, But if you really want to take advantage of the system of magic laid out in occult philosophy, you'll need astrology, at least some of it. As Agrippa tells us in Book 2, Chapter 29, in any magical operation, the place, motion, and aspect of the stars and planets, degrees, signs, and qualities are observed. Agrippa goes on to explain that when a planet is in its most proper place and at the right time according to the planetary day and hour, it will be possible for the magician to attract the planet's most appropriate qualities and virtues. The type of astrology that you're going to need in order to do this kind of magic is called electional astrology. Now, there are several different types of astrology. Most people are familiar with natal astrology. That's the examination of the planets, stars, and their relationships at the moment of a person's birth. It's where we get our sun signs from. If you are an Aries, then the sun was in Aries when you were born. But electional astrology is something different, and it's a little bit more predictive. With electional astrology, you plan ahead, and you find a chart that looks good. Basically, you try to find a time when the planets and stars and their relationships are at the right position to help ensure the success of an operation, whether that's magical or mundane. Basically, the planets and their relationships and angles need to match the intent of your magical action, talisman, or operation. Jay Swafford is a skilled astrological magician and the artist behind both the Moonlit Hermit Tarot and the Picatrix Decans cards. Here's what he has to say about elections for magical talismans.
It depends on the intention of the talisman. So that's one of the main purposes of astrological election is to set a time to empower a talisman using the planetary influences. And so the first thing to do is to know what your intention is, and then based on your intention, whatever it is, to gain wealth or to gain a lover, or maybe to hurt somebody or destroy a city or whatever, you attribute that to one of the planets, and then you look at an astrological chart and you try to pick a time in which that planet is either on the ascendant or the midheaven on the day and in the hour of that planet, and ideally the moon should be waxing and not combust the sun, so like right on top of the sun, nor should there be any aspects with Mars or Saturn, and ideally the moon and the planet in question should also not have any square or opposition aspects to any other planet, depending on the intention. Again, I have heard one thing from studying this, reading like Christopher Warnock and some other folks, that a separating aspect is no big deal. Once the aspects start separating, then the influence is much less, and so it's much less of a worry. And I have heard from folks that Mars and Saturn need not be wholly ignored or avoided. Like a trine aspect is a good thing and does not negate a positive talisman.
Well, that's your job, Maureen. You got what it takes for that kind of stuff.
Oh, no, you don't. What are you trying to do, bring radio back again?
The first step in finding a good election is to look at the moon. In fact, Agrippa urges us to pay special attention to the moon for every operation because, as the neighbor of the Earth, it is the root of the golden chain through which all influences will be directed by the higher planets and stars. It is basically the last stop for divine light before it reaches us. Agrippa also tells us particular situations when the moon is at its most powerful for a particular operation. One of these situations is when the moon is in one of the 28 mansions suitable for your operation. He's talking here about lunar mansions, also known as the mansions of the moon. I will let Jay Swafford explain the lunar mansions.
The lunar mansions. So the lunar mansions are divisions of the ecliptic, so the path of the moon across the sky, that has subsequently become the zodiac of the 12 signs. The lunar mansions predate those that 12 sign zodiac. Indications are that it predates that by quite a bit. And there are 28 lunar mansions that roughly follow the moon each day. So the moon takes about 22 hours, give or take. It fluctuates to transverse each mansion, so that at the end it comes back around after 28 days, which is the length of a lunation. So a full moon, it'll come around and be not quite in the same spot for the next full moon. It goes around. They are indicated by stars, the fixed stars, and each of them has a name and a spirit that is associated with that mansion. And there's been some
So close to
speculation
level
about where
20.
they began, and I've seen
Okay, I'm
some
gonna
written
activate these mods.
arguments that suggest it may be ancient Babylon,
Oh,
maybe ancient China, maybe ancient India. And there's equally
another
good
cookie.
arguments about each one of those. But essentially, traditions from those three cultures kind of melded. It also made its way into Arabic cultures, which really took off with
Never mind. We're
the
gonna read
mansions.
here. Cause
And there's a
he just
really
went
big
live. So,
tradition in
yep,
Arabic-speaking cultures of
that's
the
what we're
mansions of
doing
the
now.
moon. And each one was given attributions in
He's in a
terms of like
fucking maid
what
dress. Hell
kind of
yeah.
magic was appropriate to perform during that when the moon was in that mansion. There have been other kind of traditions built up around them about like some
Okay,
being
so,
auspicious or inauspicious and
let's
things
go.
to do or not do for
Bye.